Hey YouTube, what's going on? B-Rex here, and today we are back with Halcyonic Folly. Now, for you guys, it's just been 2 weeks ago. For us, it's, been however long it has. We try to do these episodes as frequently as we can. Sometimes we have difficulties due to personal life and other things taking over. Please be respectful to everyone here, and please understand that we are trying our best. We are still fairly new. Again, this is the first time I'm as high of a level as I am. If I recall correctly, we are level 9, so there are things not even I know, and I will be asking for help, and we will be making mistakes. I want to thank everyone who's been tagging along for this journey thus far, and to let you guys know that I'm very happy to have you guys in our lives, and I'm sure everyone else here is too. Now, as always, let's jump right back into this episode of Halcyonic Folly.
Alright. So, last session was a generally peaceful one. After the end of the, well, I say generally. After the fight with the Archfey, everybody began to kind of do their own thing. Lisbeth and Quip went to help with the rangers around the grove, making sure everything was dead, and then beginning to clean up and collect the bodies. Meanwhile, Rurik and Sinclair went around to the edge of the tree, and Rurik saw that the flowers that were a sort of divine representation of his wife and daughter's souls were fading, slowly dying as the effects of this changed world began to become too much for them. Rurik, in a moment of rage and pain, seeing this and knowing that Sinclair's mother was part of why, began to have a moment, throwing a punch at Sinclair, which was followed with Sinclair attacking him back before Lisbeth noticed and got in between them. This eventually resulted with Rurik going into his room and just spending some time there, while Sinclair went and found a spot in the woods to hang out for himself. Meanwhile, Quip helped Branch Ferna and had a moment of connection with her before returning to the tree to get shit-faced drunk. As Rurik came to the decision to try and speak with Sinclair again, and he exited his room, he was met with Lutara, who offered an idea. Lutara vaguely remembered the idea of an island somewhere out away from the continent, a place that was a desert that was largely left untouched for a very long time. Lutara posited a theory that the author and Velus's influence has a tendency towards changing things. But if there's nothing to change, nothing should happen. And going by this logic, Lutara believed that the island would be safe, a place to recuperate, rebuild, and set up a base of operations to plan. Rurik agreed that the idea wasn't bad, and charged Lutara with collecting everybody while Rurik went out to go find Sinclair. Eventually, Rurik found Sinclair, they had a moment, made up, and eventually returned to the grove, where Lutara had collected Thera, the Oak Mother, Lisbeth, Quip, Branch Ferna, and some other people from around the grove, and you all deliberated. The Oak Mother, Thera, and Branch Ferna were rather vehemently against the idea, not wanting to leave the grove behind, even though it's very obviously failing. However, Rurik, Sinclair, Lisbeth, and Quip ultimately agreed to go with, as well as some of the people from the grove themselves, and everybody had some moments with everybody hearing the Oak Mother curse for the first time, before everybody went and rested. Well, Quip did a little more than that, but it's besides the point. The next morning, you all awoke, said your goodbyes, and Lutara completed a teleportation spell. However, during the teleportation, the four of you were sent to a place of almost pure black before three somewhat darker patches became visible in the darkness, and you heard a voice, taunting but commanding, as it effectively just told you that all of this was pointless. There was no need for any of it, and if there's one thing that can be done, it's to be unmade. And then that faded, and you all returned, now on the sand of a desert. And that was where we had left our session. So that...
Donut.
Shut up, my... So, where we are now, you all have just came out of this teleportation spell on the other side, having finally heard the voice of this thing that is apparently behind all of this. As you all look around, you see that you are still with the others, Lutara and a handful of other people from the Grove, though none of them seem to be having a reaction that would make it seem like they saw and heard the same thing you all did. About 40 feet behind where you all were, originally appeared, is water, spanning out as far as you can see, with only just barely being able to see the hint of mountains way off in the distance. You could probably guess that you're probably 20-something miles off of the coast. But in front of you, you see the island span out in front of you. This place is a desert, and I know you are in effectively the desert, but when I say desert, I mean like Saharan desert, not Mojave desert. So all sand dunes, as pretty much as far as you can see. I will say that Lutara gave a little bit of a rundown about this island, and it is a big island, probably about 40-ish miles across. And as far as Lutara can remember, this island is pretty much 90% just sand dunes. But bringing in the people from the Groves, there's more than likely enough magic to help get a setup on this place that's livable, despite the island being a massive desert. So with that in mind, yes.
What's the temperature like?
Hot.
And mostly, how is everyone handling it? Because we were in a rather temperate area.
Yeah. I will say that Lutara seems fine. But Lutara's an angel, so of course Lutara's fine. You notice a lot of the common folk from the Grove seem to be a little off-put by the temperature, kind of pulling at collars and whatnot. You, Rurik, and Sinclair are probably feeling the heat, but not terribly, considering Lisbeth, you're wearing basic leathers. Rurik, you're just wearing your shirt and whatnot.
Well,
Sinclair's
scale mail.
Well, no, he's not wearing his armor anymore.
No, I'm wearing scale mail.
Right, yeah. And then Sinclair doesn't have armor. I don't think Sinclair even has a shirt.
I think at this right now, he hasn't been wearing armor. Nothing. He hasn't been wearing it at all.
I I will say that Quip, you were probably the most uncomfortable right now, considering you are wearing full armor.
I'm wearing full armor. I'm also a goblin.
Yeah.
I want to make the argument though that there is one thing that's kind of keeping him. Remember how we
Okay,
said
stop
black
that.
dwarves are kind of like chaos dwarves, and chaos dwarves live in a
Yeah,
fiery hellhole.
I will say the fact that you worked largely in the bellows of a mountain and whatnot, it's not overwhelming, but you also weren't wearing heavy armor when you worked there.
Yeah.
I have a
So-
question. I think is actually a decent question.
What's up?
What time of day is it? Because I know whenever we left the grove, it was morning. Is this like the opposite side of this world? It would be dark. What time of day would it be? How far have we traveled?
For shits and giggles, roll me a survival check to see if you can figure out how much further ahead the sun is here.
Survival is going to be a plus. Where's my survival?
It would definitely
Plus
determine
four.
distance.
That's gonna be 19. I was so close to dirty 20. I'm a little sad about that.
Judging by how far ahead, like where the sun is now compared to where it was when you were back in the grove, you were about 2 hours ahead of where you were.
All right, so
Hey,
we're
it's
not
the difference between
entirely
y'all.
far. We're quite some distance, walking distance, but we're not far off.
You're 2 time zones ahead,
Yeah.
which
Do you
is
know-
like 300 miles.
Again, we're far. We're not walking distant. We're not walking distant, but we're.
The way you said it made it sound like you were thinking that was walking distance.
No, we're not walking distance. I'm thinking to myself again. I try to get into this mind phase of like I'm a soldier. I gotta be quick about my thinking here. I gotta be calculative. I'm trying to figure out how long we have before that smoke could possibly reach here. Obviously, it's going to be hard to figure out because time dilation. But as a soldier, he's still going to try to figure that.
And there is something that you also notice. Since you all attacked the city and the smoke began to spread out across the entirety of the world, everywhere you have been has had a faint or really thick purple haze over everything except for within the grove's boundaries. Here, it isn't thick. It's there, but very faint. However, when you look back out across the ocean and you're able to see that like faint hint of mountains on the horizon, you notice that there is a visible purple tint along the horizon line. This place doesn't seem entirely devoid of it, but it is significantly lighter than just about anywhere else you have been, grove notwithstanding. So, with this ahead of you, what would you all like to do? Chris, you are first.
Rorik will walk over to Latara. Did you hear that? Anything that was said? After dusting himself off and getting off the ground.
Yeah, actually, that's something. Quip. You have sand all in your armor.
It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere.
Did we land
but-
on our ass?
You were kind of dropped. You didn't fall like 5 feet or whatever, but you dropped hard enough that it might have caused you to stumble a little bit. But Lutara sort of gives you a look and goes, "I'm sorry, I don't understand."
Alright, well, you and I should bark some orders around to get something set up while I explain everything to you. And, I think that's how Rorik would like to approach ending his turn, is getting Glutara caught up to speed while helping everyone set up some form of camp here, because knowing that it's 2 hours ahead and it's morning, by the time we're done setting up camp for everyone, it's probably going to be night. So we need to act quick.
All right. What about Lisbeth? What is Lisbeth doing?
So behind us is the ocean, right?
Correct. Y'all are about 30 feet from the shore.
Elizabeth has never seen the ocean
Yeah?
or any vast body of water or felt sand. So she's kind of just amazed and like looking at the ocean, like touching the sand, like feel like it's warm and like flow through her fingers, like
I didn't know this much water existed in the world.
true, it's literally.
You should make her roll to see if she drinks the water. She wouldn't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that it's salt water.
That was a 7.
Oh yeah, you take a big fucking swig of ocean water and immediately throw it back up.
I'm sorry, I'm a bad influence.
No, but you're totally right. That's something she doesn't understand any of this. Like,
water.
You know the ice age where Sid gets the big gulp of seawater. It tastes salty.
No. It's like this. That's a little salty.
Well, also, it's the ocean. It's cold water, huh?
Aside from having been warmed by the sun a bit, yeah.
I don't think she's ever actually experienced like cold water. I doubt the Protectorate had like actively gave ice to their people.
No, but the Protectorate did have like a plumbing system, and they had their own cabal of mages, that would keep water like clean and at least cool.
Yes, she's just amazed. That's what she's doing. Amazed and touching everything.
All right. So while Rurik is explaining and Lisbeth is drinking seawater, what is Sinclair doing?
My apologies. I was distracted by something while in the middle of something. Okay, so we're on a beach. He's going to look out towards the ocean. He might have seen this stuff previously before, but he has never seen an ocean quite vast like this, and he's currently in awe. Almost, he's looking at it, taking a deep breath, and just enjoying like a fresh bit of air that instead of like my brain just stopped.
But Sinclair, it's less seeing a vast body of water for the first time. It's like seeing the ocean compared to a big lake, right?
Yeah, you like that.
I will say there is probably one instance where Sinclair probably did see this ocean, but not quite like this. There is a port town back on the continent that was kind of shady. That more than likely I'd think Sinclair would have gone to. But that port town was also kind of the place where that port town was had 2 different mountain ranges coming out around it. So it was kind of the ocean fed into a small sea around the mountains that had a passageway through.
Okay.
And the port town was built in there. So yeah, what you saw there was kind of like a sea made from this ocean. But that aside, what is Quip doing?
I took some time thinking about this, and I just realized something. Quip Quip has never seen a crab. He's gonna go looking for crabs. He's crab foraging today.
All right. How about you roll me a survival or nature check to see if you can find one?
Let's see. Nature.
Why did I get the
Survival's higher. Can I use that?
Yeah.
All right. D20.
Why did I just get the sudden image
Natural 20 with a plus 5.
Wow!
Okay. Natural 20 with a plus 5.
Catch as
So
many
yeah.
crabs as you can. I want Lisbeth to indulge in something that I can't.
Yeah, you begin kind of pacing along the shoreline, just kind of watching the sand, and at one point, as you're pacing, you take a step and you notice about 4 or 5 inches to the right of your foot, you see some of the sand shift in response. And your like fighter instincts and the fact that you're already really close to the sand just because of how short you are, you're able to like quickly reach down and stick your hand in the sand and clamp it around a crab as you pull it out. And this thing is like big compared to you. The crab itself is almost as big as your head.
Do you have an idea of what type of crab it is, or are we just going with a generic idea of a crab?
This is going to be something only you are going to understand.
Okay.
You got a consolation crab.
Wait. Hold on. I'm almost there.
I showed you these.
Yes! Wait a minute, are those deep sea crabs?
They are deep sea crabs, but it's just a funny thought to me.
You know what? Perfect shape. I'll take it. We got a damn consolation crab. There we are, baby.
I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of these fucking crabs.
Hold on.
I thought
I
for a
got
second you were
one.
gonna-
I got one for this. Look
I thought
inside
you
a
were gonna hit me
general.
with the Morrowind mud crab, though.
Introducing the Tasmanian giant crab.
I don't like that.
That's how big they are. They are enormous.
No, it's something about the big claw. I don't like. There's a sensory thing going on with my brain.
They can weigh about 29 pounds with a shell nearly half a meter wide. It is really big.
But yeah, so Quip, you pull this crab out of the sand, and it sort of starts flailing in your hands for a minute before just kind of giving up.
Right. We have acquired a crab.
And actually,
Yeah.
as you pull that one out, and you're looking around, you actually spot a couple more spots of sand shifting in the same sort of way.
No, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Is there anything he can put this crab away in for now that'll keep it mostly secure?
You have a shield. I'm sure it's rounded.
Yeah, not enough to keep a crab inside of. I'll say that some of the people from the Grove brought like basic stuff to set up a new place, so they have like buckets, pots, and whatnot.
All right. We throwing a crab in a bucket and we getting some more crabs. We're crab collecting today.
Crab night.
Yes!
Fuck you, Sam. This is our beach episode.
Quip. Roll me.
No.
Roll me 2d12.
2d12. Oh shoot! Did I grab a d12? Hold on. Give me a second, because I don't even know if I have a d12 on the field here. Okay. Guess you're gonna go into the abyss. No, that ain't gonna work. That ain't. I might have to use Dice Maiden because I think my D12s are over in Oblivion. Sorry.
You'd
Left
use
them
Dice
fuckers
Maiden.
back in Skyrim.
You said 2d12?
Yes.
Alright. 13!
You find 13 crabs.
Hey! 13 crabs, throw them in a bucket.
Oh, yeah, just so everyone knows, Dice Maiden will always put the highest number first. So if you want to do 2 separate rolls, then you have to type out 2 separate rolls.
See, I don't have that problem.
In case you might.
I have too many dice. I have the problem of how many can I roll at once.
You
No,
bought me a giant bag of dice.
I have a lot of dice, it's just they're put up somewhere, and I only have some out on the table here, and I
I
wasn't
plan
able to
on
find them.
getting too many more dice soon.
I could probably use more dice.
So, as the day continues to go on, and everybody begins setting up a camp and whatnot, Quip is evidently on crab catching duty, and whatnot. Eventually, as the sun begins to fade down to the other side of the sky, the camp is mostly set up, and as the finishing touches are done, Lutara sort of steps around towards the beach, and he spends a few minutes standing there staring at it alongside Lisbeth and Sinclair before turning to the camp to everyone. And he sort of addresses the entire group and goes, I can't promise this place will be our saving grace. Entirely, I can't even promise that this place will be all that safe. But I want to thank you all for trusting in me enough to come with. To be entirely honest, if you all hadn't come with me, I probably would have came here alone. Tried to set something up here myself. But the fact that you came with anyway, it means a lot to an angel that thought it had lost everything. Tonight we're going to rest here, and then I believe tomorrow some of us should go deeper into the island and see if there's anything of note. Anything that could further our cause here. Whether that be a place to set up some oasis or something of fresh water or anything like that. This place isn't perfect, but he sort of turns his head back towards the horizon where there's still that faint purple line across the horizon and goes, we've survived a lot here. More than I think any of us ever thought we would have to. And I, for one, have faith in us. He spends a few moments just kind of looking at everybody before turning back to the ocean and remaining silent. With that in mind, is there any last-minute things any of y'all would want to do before turning into camp for the night?
It's not much of a last thing to do before going to bed. It's what I would be doing throughout the night. And I think I think out of the four of us, we're kind of used to it now. I feel like we would take watches even, throughout the night itself. And I think Rorik is going to push himself to stay up as long as possible and try to take on 2 watches. That way he has time to himself, by himself, to write in his book, to pray to Merkin, and to just think. He wants to think about everything that has occurred. He wants to write everything again down from day one. And I feel like he would keep being stuck, not being able to write past just last episode. I think there's something that stops him, and he puts the book down and just continues to pray. And I think that's how he would spend the night unless something eventful happens, something noticeable. And again, he's pushing two shifts, so however that may look.
Alright. I think Lisbeth is down to her unders and her shirt, and been like swimming and enjoying the sand and staring at all the crabs Quip has collected, and just taking time to actually be a kid.
All right.
That kind of hurt. That's kind of sad.
What about Sinclair?
He's going to lay down by. The real question is, was a fire set up?
Yes, there is actually sort of like a big communal fire in the middle. I'm assuming that y'all ate at least some of the crabs.
Crab boil.
Yeah, there's a big ass fucking pot on top of the fire pit in the middle of the camp that was cooking up a nice little crab stew. I say nice little crab stew like I would ever eat crab stew.
I don't know if crab stew would actually be appeasing. Is crab stew a real thing?
Well, no, it's like Maya said, a crab boil.
Yeah, you boil the
Okay.
crab, and
Yeah.
take it out and break it. See, it's something I really want to experience, but I physically can never do. I hate being allergic to shellfish so much.
But yeah,
So-
there's a big bonfire in the middle of camp.
All right. Well,
I am
he's
vicariously with Elizabeth.
he's going to. He hasn't done this in ages. He's just gonna take a dive into the water, but not too far. He's gonna stay close to the shore. He ain't gonna go out there and get chomped up by a fucking monster.
What about Quip? Are you just focusing on cooking the crab boil?
Actually, I was gonna ask about that. What other ingredients do we have? Because crab boils typically aren't just crabs. There's seasonings, and then there's corn and lemons.
Well, a lot of foodstuffs and whatnot was brought from the grove. So there's all sorts of stuff in there that were more than likely stuff grown in the grove itself.
I assume there were no Cajuns in the grove.
Unfortunately, no.
Damn, that's a tragedy. But I do think that in between the whole cooking process, he is going to want to check his armor, because if there's one thing he knows, sand in armor is not always a good thing, and he wants to make sure his armor remains in the best condition it can.
So pretty much spend your downtime here just kind of cleaning your armor and whatnot.
Yeah, make sure it stays in pristine condition. Remember, he did do temporary work as a blacksmith and was trained as a Juthenrot.
Mm-hmm.
So
What's
I
up,
do
Mike?
Could you pause for a moment so I can go and grab some food?
Yeah.
While it's still warm. I'll be fast. Be funny.
I was gonna ask, should I roll athletics, because I know that sometimes rocks can be in shallow areas, and
I'll
probably will
say,
get.
I'll
We'll
say
probably
you-
get smacked in the head.
I'll say you're not gonna have to worry about like rocks or whatever. This is this is effectively just a really fucking big sandbar.
Okay, I just wanted to double check on that
Um,
because
if you were like at the mainland continent, then that would be something you'd have to worry about, considering how much of I don't think I've established this too much, but a large portion of the continent is mountain. Um, a lot of it is like I do know that I have clarified that the protectorate and the forest that the grove resides in is in a massive valley that's surrounded on all sides by a mountain range.
okay.
That kind of like curves around it.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna be right back while we have a bit of a teeny tiny break. I need to go check something. So I'll be bit.
Quips are doing another another one of these grovelings.
Another what?
Another groveling.
So eventually, night finally falls, and everybody begins getting ready for rest and whatnot. And what order do you think you all will take watches?
I think Rurik will take first and second watch. Just sleeping just before the sun comes up, pretty much.
Wouldn't that first and last?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
that-
I mean,
that
like,
would be-
I mean,
that
like
would be
he
first.
wants to watch the sun set, but go to bed before the sun even has a chance to come up. So he'll be like first and second watch. If that makes more sense.
How long do you want these watches to last? Because that'll determine how many of them there are.
There's also a bunch of people who can do watches around us.
Yeah, but Rurik wants to stay up as long as he can, so I'll let the DM be the judge of that. He wants to stay up as long as possible without his body giving out on him.
Well, a long rest is 8 hours.
All right. I don't need a long rest, so I'll do a short rest.
I know, but a short rest is only an hour.
Okay, then yeah, I should.
Long rest is still sleeping.
Yeah,
It's still been an entire day.
yeah. I'll probably do like a 4-hour sleep at the end of the day, if possible. Not mechanically or whatnot, but just a 4-hour nap.
Yeah. Well, do any of the rest of you want to take a watch after him, or do y'all want to just have one of the grove do it?
I think Lisbeth isn't even thinking about watches and is just up till she falls asleep or
Well, she's
has to
she's an elf.
trance. Because she's just enjoying herself.
Did you say pass a trance? Did I mishear you, or did you say pass a trance?
I don't even know.
That's
think-
kind of funny.
Has to trance. There we go.
I think Quip would take whatever watch comes after Rurik, mostly to observe the beach and the ocean, and I think he would actually take some time to do some prayer himself.
Oh, to who?
Shoot. I know I named him, but it's been so long since I ever came up.
I think Elizabeth might take a last watch because she can just sleep so quickly.
Yuri, just so you
So
know,
quickly.
whenever I say Rurik is taking first and second watch, you can still take either or, just Rurik's being by himself watching.
We need to pin them. Sorry, yeah, let me find the message, Sam, and then... Yes, okay. This was it. So, pin this.
Done.
Alright, yeah, so I'm gonna say he's gonna be praying to Melikauth.
Alright. Okay. So, I'll just go ahead and say that it's 3 watches divided into 3 hours. So I'll say the first 2 will be just off of what y'all have been saying. The first 2 shifts will be Rurik and Lisbeth, and then the last one will be Quip and one of the Grove, or if Sinclair wants to take that one with him.
That would be interesting to wake up to Quip and Sinclair fighting one another.
They're just sparring in the sand.
No, I mean like, you bastard! I told you we would finish this later.
Oh yeah.
Or does Elizabeth keep Sinclair up because Sinclair is her best friend and she's having the time of her life?
Yeah. Real quick, is someone asked me what I'm doing currently?
I would like to know if you would like to take 3rd watch with Quip.
Sure, but he's gonna be did during this the travel did any drinks get brought with us?
Yeah, basic rations were brought by everybody.
And wine is pretty basic ration food for hydration.
Crap, no meat. Okay.
Bring
'Cause I was
me my wine.
Well, alcohol in general, because alcohol stays.
He's gonna take the watch with Quick Whip and have a few drinks. Yeah. So
Okay.
probably gonna get plastered. Probably.
So, first watch begins. And it's rather quiet here. When you all were in the Grove, it wasn't as like loud there. The nature sounds weren't as loud in the Grove post the city as there were before, but there was still some there. Sounds of birds, of people milling about and talking, the sounds of trees creaking and whatnot. But here it is practically silent. The only sounds in this place after dark is the sounds of the waves crashing on the sand and the wind moving across the dunes. And of course the assorted sounds of people sleeping and whatnot. But ultimately, all of those noises are kind of drowned out by the silence of this place. And as night begins to fall, it gets colder. The sun no longer beating on the sand around you, and everything begins to just cool off in general. As night falls, that purple haze over everything and the even darker purple along the horizon is not really visible. About an hour into this watch, where I know Rurik is writing. Is Rurik like a little bit into the dunes, further into the island? Is he over by the beach? And same question goes for Lisbeth.
I think as a soldier, he would be watching more towards where they're planning on going in the morning. He wants to sit, he wants to sit kind of further in so we can try to see if anything does pop up. because he wants to be prepared for anything, but he also knows he might not see anything because with night comes sleep, but not everything sleeps at night.
Elizabeth is more like in the camp, looking towards the ocean.
Okay. Why don't both of you roll me perception checks?
All right, I got a +4 to perception. I just rolled. Oh, great. That's going to be 15. Wait, I'm stupid. That's 13 plus 4. Fucking 15. Fucking 17, please, good sir. I can't do math.
That's a 23.
Jesus. Elizabeth, as you're sitting there and you're watching the water, something kind of occurs to you offhandedly as you're sitting there. You know from what little bit you might have been taught about the ocean that it is full of life. There's a lot of stuff in there, even if not all of it is known or seen. But as you're thinking about it, thinking about, swimming and whatnot, something kind of sticks out as odd to you. You didn't see a whole lot of life in the water. In fact, the only bit of life you've seen since you got to this island, aside from the other people, are the crabs. You didn't see anything in the water. You didn't see any fish, didn't even see other kinds of crabs down in the water. And something about that doesn't feel right. And as you sit there and you watch the water, watching the waves, that kind of odd feeling about that getting kind of worse and worse the longer you sit there and you watch, you notice something move on top of the water. It's about 90 feet. It's about 90 feet away from the shore. And at first you don't know what it is. It just seems like the water splashed for a second in an odd way. But as you sit there and you watch that spot for a couple more moments, you see it again. And this time you catch the faintest hint of something coming out of the water as it splashes. It's only there for a moment. You wouldn't know, or Elizabeth wouldn't know, what this is. And nobody else is really around to recognize what it is, but you see a massive tail come out of the water for a moment. Long, ending in a wide and flat flipper. Yes. You, as Mai, will recognize it as a whale flipper. However, Elizabeth doesn't know what the fuck it is. But as you look, as it comes out of the water, there is something you see that will seem somewhat familiar. There are strange little structures along the flipper, looking almost like barnacles, but you can just barely make out the fact that surrounding these structures are black lines along the skin of this thing before it disappears back into the water.
The twisted barnacles.
Effectively, yes. Now, Rurik, as you're sitting, I'm assuming like at the top of one of these dunes, so you can kind of overlook the camp.
Yeah,
and
the best vantage view I can get, where I can see as much as I can. Out of curiosity, I know the light spell is you touch an object and it casts, light on the object, and it's like 20 feet, then 20 feet, 20 feet bright, 20 feet dim.
Yes.
Is there? I got my backpack next to me, and I got the backpack buckle. Is there a way I can make just the buckle shine? That way, it's shining straight forward and not in my face. The 40 feet total, the 20, 20 bright, 20 dim forward.
Um,
I mean, I would say a buckle is a different object because that's a and it.
technically speaking, it would really be part of the object as a total, but I will let you do it.
I mean, it's
Okay,
what is part of it and what isn't. Also, it does get affected by just how light works, so the backpack would block it.
but either way, like mechanic wise, it doesn't change anything. But I do have it set up next to me where I can kind of lean on it and take notes and also watch out, look up effectively as much as I can with it aiming out this 40 light.
All right. As you sit up there, you're writing, occasionally looking up at your surroundings, just kind of taking everything in. But there's one point, as you're sitting there, kind of stuck at the point that you had last gotten to, you just kind of faintly look up. And you notice something that you haven't really thought about yet, because before, the sky was too filled with the purple haze to really see the stars. But as you look up, you kind of sit there and you think about it for a second. Something doesn't feel right about the sky. Something feels wrong about the stars. And it takes you a good while to figure it out. And as you're sitting there and you're looking at the stars, you finally figure out what's wrong. There are stars missing. As you're sitting there and you're looking at it, a lot of stars are dedicated to gods or heroes of old or even events and things like that. And as you're sitting there and you're looking at this and you're thinking about it, you're noticing that there's a good chunk of stars that were devoted to different gods that are missing, gone, leaving black spots of emptiness in the sky where they were before.
I think in that moment, Rurik will start muttering a prayer to Merkin while also trying to see if he remembers which star is for Merkin and try to reach out.
You're pretty easily able to remember which that is. And as you look for it, you do see that it is still there. However,
Is
as
it
you're also
dimming?
looking,
Oh, damn. I'm sorry.
however, as you look at that star, you do realize that there are 4 stars that were once near it that are now gone.
I don't have long, do I, Merkin? I say that hoping for some sort of feeling, some sort of push, something that would give me my answer. And I sit there hoping that there isn't already a war happening in Eternity.
Roll me a religion check.
Oh, I rolled 19 on the die plus 5.
As you sit there and you stare at that star, the one you know is devoted to Merkin, and you see that the stars around it have already begun to disappear. You you begin to feel a sense of urgency growing within you. Something is happening. You already knew that. You already knew that Valus had her sights set on the gods. And these stars disappearing is only confirmation of that even further. Do me a favor and roll me one more perception check, Rurik. Perception or insight, whichever is better.
Perception nat 20, because I rolled for the perception. I rolled for the perception. It jumped out the dice tray and landed on a nat 20. I'm so happy about that.
As you're staring at this, you notice a pattern in these black patches in the sky. These swaths of stars that have disappeared create 3 long black lines of darkness in the sky. They're almost perfectly evenly distanced between each other in the sky.
3
Almost all the same length.
3 were killed. 3 yet remain. Could Rurik infer anything from what I just said?
I don't know. He's your character.
I meant, like, can I roll something to, like, infer? Are you saying, like, this is something I, as a player, get to choose Rurik's belief in this moment?
Yep.
I
This
feel
is...
like
the way you're phrasing this, it is a theory you are having. So whether or not Rurik has that same theory or not is up to you.
I think Rurik would have that same theory. He just doesn't know if it's the fact that 3 are currently alive or the fact that 3 are currently dead. And I think that's where I'm going to leave that theory in the air as he... I hate to say it. I think in this moment he begins to cry. Silent, but he cries staring at the stars. And I think that's what he does for the majority of the rest of his first watch, is just cry.
Yeah, could Elizabeth, like, call over, like, Lutar or one of the, like, Grove people, like, pointed out?
Yeah,
The tan-
I'll say this is beginning to lead into second shift. Do you want specifically Lutara, or do you want to try and find a Grove member?
Let's go, Lutar.
I will say, Lutara is awake, and the angel doesn't really need sleep.
That's what I assumed.
And you call him over, and he moves over to, like, kind of sit beside you. He goes, "What is it, Elizabeth?"
I don't know enough about, like, the ocean to know if it's cause for concern. There was a big thing out there with, like, and she's also going to do, like, how I did with the hands and try to, like, mimic the tail shape. It was like this, and it had the same barnacles that the Twisted had back at the city and such.
Lutara.
And I haven't really seen anything in there. Well, I was in there.
Lutara spends a few moments kind of just staring out across the water. Before, after about 5 or 10 minutes, you see that same splash again. This time a couple of 100 feet to the left of where you first saw it. And Lutara stares at it for a few moments and goes, "This ocean was filled with a lot of life. There is a reason I teleported us here, rather than try and get us a boat or something like that. While there isn't much on this island that can be changed, the ocean is another matter. And that is probably one of the most dangerous things we probably could have ran into. Whales, before the change, were harmless for the most part, unless they got too close to a boat and got injured and accidentally damaged a ship. But with this influence, those barnacles on it, they would likely pose a far greater threat than they once did. For now, I don't think we need to worry about that. He sort of makes a pained chuckle noise and goes, "Assuming they didn't grow legs because of the change. That's even terrifying to me. But for the moment, we shouldn't have to worry about that. At least not too much."
Alright. Do you think I'd be able to get back in the water before I go to bed? Or should I stay out?
I would recommend staying out for now.
And she's a little saddened by this, but she nods. Okay.
Lutara spends a few moments just kind of sitting there watching with you before standing up and kind of going back to pacing like he was before. Meanwhile, Rurik, as you're sitting there kind of slowly collecting yourself after this, after this like revelation you had, you sort of look back out around, and there is something you notice for the first time actually on the island itself.
Okay.
The wind has been kind of strong tonight, moving the sand around and whatnot. And a sand dune in front of you has moved just enough with the wind for you to be able to just barely see something in the distance. Something that isn't sand dune. You can't really make out what it is in the dark, but there's a shape of something sticking out of the sand off in the distance, probably 150 to 200 feet away from you.
Yeah.
Do I know if Lutara is awake and how close Lutara is to me, and if Elizabeth has already gone to bed?
I'd say that because of your like vantage point up on the dune and the light of the fire behind you, you're able to see Lutara pacing, and you're able to see Elizabeth at the shore.
I think I'm going to kind of... How far away is camp? Is it within 40 feet?
I'd say about, yeah.
Alright, I'm going to like kind of move the backpack as a signal, kind of shining it and like shining it away, kind of like trying to draw attention for Lutara to look.
Okay.
And
I mean, Lutara was already kind of occasionally glancing up at you, but as you kind of shine the light to get his attention, he kind of wanders up to you.
I see something over there, and I'll point over at it.
Lutara takes a moment looking out over towards it. And he goes, that's... You notice that as he looks, his eyes kind of shine a little bit. Perks of angelic true sight. And he looks at it and he goes, that... It looks like the top of a structure. There shouldn't be one here. I mean, to be fair, it's been a long time since I've been on this plane. And it's possible things have changed, but there's no... There shouldn't be anything here.
Something that was said that I told you was that this author has plans for this place. The author has built everything, or at least we can assume he did. Maybe there's something that lies below that we never knew about. Some sort of maybe ancient library. I think you and I need to go take a look. Keep our distance and try to look. See if we can get close enough to see what it is. See if we see anything. Something's not right.
He looks down at you, sort of surprised, and he goes, do you mean now?
We don't have a lot of time.
Are you sure it's not a better idea to wait until everybody else is awake?
Rurik will look up at Lotara, then look up at the sky and just stare at the sky. I don't know if we have time to let everyone rest without doing something.
He sort of takes a moment and goes, if nothing else, let's wait until Quip and Sinclair wake up. They should be waking up for their shift soon.
Quit!
Quip! from across the field, Quip! That's his yawn. That's how he wakes up.
Yeah.
Quip!
That's where he got his name.
I think Rurik would continue to look at the stars. How long till their shift?
I'd say by this point, probably maybe an hour.
An hour is all I will give. And if you are not ready, I will go by myself. I don't have time to let Etarium fall. Not while Rhea's there. I don't have time.
Lutara nods and goes, then I'll go get something prepared to make sure you all are awake enough for this. And he goes down towards the bonfire in the middle of camp and starts making coffee.
Coffee!
I do think Rurik doesn't want to tell Elizabeth. Rurik wants Elizabeth to rest. Rurik knows that Elizabeth took first watch. So I think Rurik would write a quick note in his book that pretty much says, we are going to quickly go look at this site that we have seen, and I'll kind of write the location just in case she wakes up and panics and so something goes wrong and she can see where it's coming from. That way
I hope you know Lutara intends on telling Lisbeth.
Okay, I
You
just
didn't
didn't know.
tell him not to.
Okay, well...
And Lisbeth has objectively more energy right now than you do.
That's fair. So I'm actively walking back writing this note, and I'll probably see that he informs Lisbeth and just rips the note out, crumbles it up, and just throws it over my shoulder. Never mind, I guess.
Everyone stop talking for half a second, alright?
Okay. What was that about?
Is half a second up? Mai has died.
Do you want me to make you a plate of food?
Yes, please.
Okay. How many breadsticks?
2, please.
Okay.
You're a heavy tank man with bro. Yeah, facts.
Here we go.
Somebody say, can you hear me now?
Dude, mine just died.
I'm here.
Wow, you
Rose
sound
mic
awful.
quality just
Yeah,
jumped
your
off a
micro. Oh,
cliff.
why are you on your phone?
So I can get more food, fucker.
Okay.
We could have
this is-
just waited.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Abby's
we-
getting me a plate right now, anyways.
You know what? I'm gonna grab some crackers.
I'm
will
right
be
here, big boy.
Go grab another monster.
That wasn't an offer to you.
I hear Mai across the room. That wasn't an offer. By the way, this whole time, the music has been off during the night. It's just been the sounds of waves on the beach as of right now. Whenever we start
Nice.
heading more inland, I plan on.
It's really hot.
It's going to be hot. I'm going to eat this garlic bread.
Correction, not be going to get it.
Fucking Lisbeth would be a monster girl.
I think Rurik's a black coffee man. And then his daughter would sprinkle coffee in his coffee. What? Sugar in his coffee is what I tried to say.
What did you say before it?
Nope.
Sprinkle what?
Nope.
Sprinkle coffee in his.
You gotta sprinkle the coffee.
Sprinkle the coffee in my coffee.
Hey, you want a little more coffee for your coffee?
I do.
Coffee with instant.
Look
coffee
out! Look
mix
out!
it.
I don't know if you guys can see the steam off this thing.
Yeah.
This thing is hot. Lasagna naga.
Sorry. Excuse me.
It was such a girly sneeze.
I know, right?
Why are we bullying Leon, bro?
Because
No, we're
Leon likes
bullying
it.
Chris.
What?
What was it? I don't know. I
That
just
was- that
bully
was
people I
Leon
love.
Sneezed.
I just bully people I love. It doesn't matter who.
It kind of offends me. You attacked me thinking I was Leon.
All right. Our characters are switching places. You're now Sinclair now, and now I am Rurik.
I have mommy issues.
I have God issues.
You have
Yeah, bro.
mommy issues, fucking god issues, daddy issues. What does Quip Quip have?
Choose mommy.
He has centaur issues.
No, he
I
doesn't. He has
sorry.
plenty. He has plenty of problems to solve. Then, honey.
I hate each and every single one of you.
I didn't do anything.
You allowed him. You allowed him
For
into that
once,
situation.
That wasn't even me. That was Leon.
That was Leon.
Yeah. Yeah, it was wholly me.
It was holy me.
Yuri, you're the one who decided to agree to making Quip Quip fucking Ferna canon.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were about to say fuck a furry.
Because I didn't know if we were actually doing that or not, and
You're the one who agreed to it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
left the choice of making it canon up to you.
yeah, why are we acting like I was disagreeing at all, though? I'm kind of confused why I'm getting attacked all the time.
You're just like, let this horse fit on my face.
You think his head could fit?
Shut up.
Shut
Just
No.
stop talking.
No. No. I'm good. No.
back.
Are we done talking about that?
I think so.
Leon,
Sorry, I was scared the moment she opened her mouth.
I was just saying Leon left.
I was trying to eat. I did not need that visualization. I don't want to eat no more.
Visualization.
It's lasagna, by the way. I'm eating lasagna. And now I have this thought in my mind. I don't
Like
want to
you,
eat
I'm
lasagna
eating
anymore.
just fine.
I don't care what you're eating.
See, I'm a whore, so things happen.
Things happen. Stop talking! For the love of God!
Then make me.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't ask her that question.
What's that supposed to mean, huh? Is this a follow-up to the horror part?
Yes.
Yeah, if you ask her that question, it's going to be.
It already was, brother, from the get-go. What are you talking about? Going to be. I just stabbed my monitor with my fork on accident. Nuts and bolts, my favorite.
Glass and plastic.
Nuts.
I like balls. Wait.
Testicles.
That reminds me of Testicle Festival from Far Cry 5.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I think about finally playing a Far Cry game, and then I hear sentences like that.
Far Cry 5
fair-
is the best Far Cry game of all time, too.
In like Appalachia,
Montana.
Montana. They're talking fucking bull oysters.
Yeah.
I remember that mission very clearly and being traumatized at having to kill a cow mid-sex, or sorry, a bull mid-sex that harvests its testicles for the Testy Festy. That was a real side quest you can do in the game.
I've done it. I've done it like twice.
I've
All
done
of
it
these-
several times.
All of these things are words, but I refuse to accept that they fit together in a coherent sentence.
Bull cock. I had to hit the absolute cinema pose while I said that.
Bull cock.
Bull cock or full cock, which you prefer?
I'll be right back.
I'm about to have to be right back too. I'm gonna have to go fucking piss. Welcome to episode 15, the episode where nothing fucking happens.
Beach episode.
This really was a
Nothing
beach
ever
episode.
happens on the beach episode.
It's about to. I'm about to stir some shit up. Is it okay? Let me ask you guys. Do you guys feel upset with me that I want to go to that location, or does it make sense that me as Rurik wants to get shit
It makes
done?
total sense.
Because I don't want you guys to feel like I'm forcing chaos in this. I am playing my character how my character wants. He wants to save his godly, playing his daughter, his wife. I just don't want you guys to be forced to tag along if you guys don't want to.
Oh, it makes total sense.
Where does she want to go?
I'm going to that fucking location I saw during my watch.
Going to Hal's Moving Castle.
Halcyonic moving Castle Folly.
They got the surf and turf at our locals, actually.
I think they just brought it back. I don't know about yours, but I know they brought it back at mine on 98. I never had the surf and turf.
I'm trying to plan my meal for tomorrow.
Loaded bacon chicken fries. Let me
I
tell
don't
you
eat
something.
bacon.
You don't eat bacon?
No, I don't eat bacon.
Okay.
He's fucking
I think you can get that
traditional
removed.
Christian.
No, I eat pork. I just don't eat bacon. Also,
Okay, that's weird.
Bacon's
No,
greasy, so I understand. He might not like the greasy.
yeah, I'm not a fan of the texture of bacon or things like that. That gets to me.
That's
Also,
fair.
Also, I should note there is nothing in canon law that forbids the eating of pork. I know that some Middle Eastern Christians don't eat pork, but that's more of a cultural thing.
Well, I gotta go.
Within the
All right.
canons, there is nothing expressly forbidding such thing. It's a
In
personal.
the Bible canon,
Oh, what, you mean the Levitical laws?
no, I'm laughing at the way you're saying it because you're saying it like it's a fandom.
Well, you know what the term canon means, right?
Canonical?
Yeah, canonical. I actually should have clarified something. The laws of the church are called canons. There's a book that my priest owns called The Rudder. And The Rudder is a big book that contains all the canons of the church from the various councils over the centuries. There's some interesting finds in there. Me and him went over once because he was trying to prove a point to me. I do typically try to, avoid pork during fasting periods, though. Sometimes.
And the silence continues for whatever reason.
But no, it's mostly a texture thing when it comes to bacon. I mean, texture of it, and it does taste different from other cuts of pig. You ever had a really good pastor taco, though?
I've never had a pastor taco.
Here have I.
Really? They're like the best kind of tacos. Al pastor is a, well, technically al pastor just means pork, but, there are different types of pork tacos. There's al pastor, which is what you would call regular pork, and then there's chorizo, which is like grounded up sausage.
Oh, chorizo. Chorizo on tacos is delicious.
I prefer al pastor mostly because the meat is a little more whole. They also like to soak it in pineapple. Yes, I know, pineapple and pork sounds weird, but it works
Delicious.
very...
It actually
It is
sounds pretty
very
good.
tasty.
One of
It's
my-
very sweet. It's a sweet taco, which I love.
One of my favorite sandwiches at the barbecue place we have is a pulled pork sandwich that has like an entire ring of grilled or like candied pineapple on it.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Candied pineapple.
Mm.
Disney sells a burger with a pineapple on it. It's not that good. Mostly because, the meat is, dry and the pineapple is just lazily slapped on there.
All of Disney's meat is dry in anywhere except fucking Japan.
I don't know. I went to Animal Kingdom once, and, they had some good chicken there. Oh, and their ribs at Epcot weren't the worst.
Epcot ball.
You ever been to Epcot?
Nope, I don't even know what it is.
Oh, shoot. Don't remind me of my
Sorry, guys, I'm
past
back.
trauma.
Abby wanted a hug.
Huh.
Talking about pineapple on pork, just
Pineapple
like
is
just
acidic, so it causes pork to be better.
Yeah,
it's just
it
like
makes
saying-
it sweet, doesn't it, Chris?
Yeah,
makes
it also does. It makes it sweet, makes it extremely tender. That's why people try to put it on pizza. I still am a firm believer that pineapple shouldn't really be on pizza, but I will eat it because it's food.
I don't think fruit and cheese go well together.
That's exactly why I don't like it.
Actually, specifically, strawberry and cheese go really well together.
Strawberry
and
cheese mostly
cheese?
works because of cheesecake, though. Strawberry and cheese mostly works because of cheesecake. but that's
Cheesecake
more-
is different, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say because
I-
that's a different process altogether.
I love Hawaiian pizza. Pineapple makes your cum taste good.
I was about to do a funny, and then you just had to ruin my funny. So now I'm just gonna do it.
Chocolate starfish!
Yes.
Pineapple pizza was invented.
Starfish!
Sorry.
Was
Pineapple
invented in-
Pineapple pizza was invented by a Greek man in Canada.
Yep.
What? What's that from? What's that? Why is that relevant? What's that to do with right now?
It's just true because we were talking about Hawaiian pizza.
Hey, man.
The Hawaiian pizza was
made
made by a Greek man in Canada.
There is
Chocolate
nothing Hawaiian.
starfish!
There is nothing Hawaiian about that pizza.
Sam, you know you wanted to laugh at chocolate starfish.
Registered
Chocolate starfish!
Dude, registered sex offender will always go good. Wait, that's not a good sentence to say. Wait a minute. Yo! Wait a minute! I'm lying, I promise. Please, guys, don't arrest me.
What the fuck did I just come back to?
Sorry! Am I? I am! I'm sorry.
What just happened?
They
We
played
were
the
just
registered
talking about
sex
a lot of
offenders.
things.
I got you. Hold on.
Oh,
Registered sex offender.
that is such a bad follow-up, Chris. I hope you know this.
I'm gonna mute.
You sir fucked up. I ain't gonna lie about it. Mm-hmm.
But when he gets blue balled. I've disappointed my wife. I'll shut
With
up.
your statement that you said not too long ago, I'm pretty sure.
Where were we? Right. yes,
Everyone
we
was
were-
waking up.
Yes.
Well- Wasn't there another watch we had to go through, or am I misremembering?
Well, we're getting there.
Okay, okay.
So, after a little bit, Lutara has made some coffee and whatnot before going to wake up both Quip and Sinclair. And as the two of you come out of like the little tents that y'all had, that were set up for you by the Grove members, both of you are met with both Rurik and Lisbeth, as well as Lutara himself. Lutara hands both of you coffee, as well as handing both Lisbeth and Rurik a cup each as well. And goes, Rurik and I saw something over the dunes, and Rurik wants to look at it. And I suggest that we wait until you two wake up, so we can all go, rather than just himself or just me and him. I can see if some of the Grove members can stay up and watch in your stead, while we go and check it out ourselves.
Should I put my armor back on?
That might be a good idea.
Give me 20 minutes.
It'll take you 20 minutes to put on armor?
Well, she's down to her unders and her shirt. She has to put her pants on as well.
Okay, it shouldn't take you 20 minutes to put pants and leather armor on. It takes a minute to don and doff leather armor.
She's gonna go get dressed. So not 20 minutes. I'm used to how long actual fucking metal armor takes. Metal armor takes forever to put on in real life.
Metal armor, yeah. Though in D&D, metal armor only takes 5 minutes.
Which is fucking wild.
It's not entirely inaccurate.
Chocolate starfish.
If you're good at it and have someone to help you, you can put on, like, plate armor in 5 minutes.
So maybe 2-3 minutes.
I think in this case, Rourke will begin sipping the coffee, and he's still glancing up at the skies a little bit. And he'll look over at Quip and Sinclair, just giving quick glances. Normally, I would just tell you what to do, but I would like to ask. What do you both think is best in this situation? Either way, I am going to go lay eyes on the structure. Whether Elizabeth comes or Elizabeth stays, whether any of you come or stay, what do you all think is best in our approach to this? These people aren't as armed and trained as us, I don't think. Of course, I haven't really met these people. They could be more badass than any of us are. So, like, what do you all think?
Yeah, I would rather not explore unknown structures at night. Not, my personal vote. I'd rather stay here. Besides,
Well-
someone's gonna have to stay behind anyways.
Well, we don't intend on searching the place, just getting a better look at it. We intend on staying at a distance. We can explore it properly tomorrow. Or in a couple of hours at least.
Yeah, you say that and then a damn Sam word eats you. No thanks!
Very well.
Can I just say, I often forget how much I love Quip until he starts talking. I don't know what it is about Quip that just makes me like him so much. It's just he's a great little guy.
And Elizabeth coming back dressed and sipping the coffee.
What about you, Sinclair?
Well, I'm in agreement with Quick. I'm gonna stay here and wake up more.
Very well.
That's probably for the best. You two are some of our best soldiers here. If anything happens, I'll try to keep my eyes back at this place as I scan over everything with Lutara and Elizabeth, I assume, who is...
I'm coming with. This
Howdy.
stuff is really bitter.
You don't like black coffee? You've never had coffee, haven't you? Never mind.
Coffee tastes like rat urine.
It'll keep you awake, though. At least that's what I've heard.
It doesn't work quite the same on goblins. I don't think our bodies are meant to regulate caffeine well. Don't ask how he knows how that works or what caffeine is.
Are we sure?
What?
Are we sure Quip isn't the author?
Our nose start bleeding as this information gets jammed in our head. Well, that was weird.
Know a lot about chemical compounds and
I wonder if goblins can have chocolate.
Like they're like dogs; they die if they eat it.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Here, boy, get the chocolate. Get the chocolate. Oh, he's dead.
Dogs can't handle caffeine.
If you guys can think of anything to signal us, or while we're there, figure it out before something bad happens.
Lutara looks at Quip. Just cast a witch bolt in the sky and yell limited power.
I mean,
Quip is gonna scowl. Quip is gonna scowl a little bit and go, "I was going to do magic missile, but sure, that works."
Sure, that's cool. Damn it, he has a better idea than I did.
Okay, but actually in character, Elizabeth's going to go, if we need help, I'll send up a flare.
No, I have a more.
Fire bolt.
I
not
do
fire-
have a more proper idea of. Rurik gestures to his backpack that has the quiver of arrows still in it. I can cast light. You know, it might be better than just casting random spells when we could use them to defend ourselves.
I mean, mine doesn't really use anything. I could just kind of, like, she's gonna snap and like light her thumb on fire.
Well, the thing is both firebolt and light are cantrips. So
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But light doing that would consume an arrow.
Rurik
be
doesn't
better
even
used
use the arrows.
yeah, Rurik hasn't used that bow since he picked it up in the city in like session 3.
Yeah, exactly. It was session 3, and I haven't used it since.
We're currently on session 16. No, like 21.
Right now is episode 15. 15 plus the 3. Or is it 4? It's 4. Yeah,
I think it
it's
was-
15 plus 4,
Oh, yeah,
so
we're
we're
on
on 19.
session 19.
Rurik, I picked this bow up ages ago. It's just an accessory.
It's just an
I don't use
accessory,
it.
I promise. I won't use it
I don't
one bit.
use it.
That actually reminds me.
No, no.
Does Lisbeth have the one of Thea's bows, the one that she found?
Why she gave that back?
Whether, whether or not you wanted to give it back to her is up to you. Because we never actually brought that back up since y'all saved Thera.
I assume she gave it back, but I'm asking if, like, Thera gave it to her or something.
I don't see why she would have.
Alright, make it sure.
Elizabeth can't use a bow.
Yeah.
There would be it would be pointless to give her a bow. At least Rurik can use one.
Which is funny.
Don't
I
stare
got
at
a
me like
plus
that.
6
You know
to hit
I'm
with it.
right.
I know. I just wanted to stare at you.
I do think Rurik will, in this case, ready his bow and get his quivers where they're reachable. That way, if something does come up and they notice it from the distance running straight towards them, at least he has a fair shot of fuck a thunk, you know?
This is where we break the bow, so we just don't have to keep bringing it up.
No, don't break my bow. There's a reason I have it. I promise.
It's also the weakest weapon in your inventory.
I know,
That's
but don't break it. Don't break it.
Snap it.
If you snap my bow, I'm gonna snap your wrist.
Such the struggle.
Hey, don't make fun of my stutter.
What are you doing? Casting a spell?
Yeah, it's called Fireball, bitch.
Machine gun.
Anyways.
Alright. So, with that, Rurik, Lisbeth, and Lutara, you all begin to walk in the direction that Rurik and Lutara saw the structure. It's a decent ways off. Like I said, it was about 150-ish feet from where Rurik was sitting on the sand dune. And it's even quieter out here. The sound of waves crashing begins to fade as you walk further away. The sound of the crackling fire fades out, as well as the sounds of people sleeping.
Like the fucking world's most quiet room. Have you heard? Have you actually heard audio from in there?
I would like to hear audio of you not talking while I'm talking.
Yes, ma'am.
Damn.
Thank you. Fuck, where was I? Right. But the only sounds you all can hear now is the wind moving and your own footsteps on the sand. It's probably a bit difficult for you guys to kind of acclimate to walking up these sand dunes. Every step causes the sand to move a little bit and causing you to stumble slightly. The only one who doesn't seem to be having any issues with it is Lutara, who every time the sand slips underneath him, he uses a little bit of magic to kind of hover for a second while the sand resettles. But eventually you top a dune and you see the structure below you. And it's actually a few. The one that you were able to see was the tallest, and also the largest of the buildings. Probably standing about 50 feet tall and probably about 80 feet long. You know, think about the size of like a Viking mead hall. The other buildings are smaller, and it seems a lot like the town that you guys spent a little while in before going to the city. The one where you all met Freythan and ended up running into Valus for the second time. It seems like the beginnings of a small town. However, it is abandoned now. The buildings, which were made of sandstone with wooden supports, are falling apart now. The sandstone kind of having chipped away just through time, and the wood having begun to rot slightly. There's only 5 buildings in total. There's what seems like a hall of some sort. A building that seems a building that seems almost like it would have been set up for like forging and the like. Huh. Is that a way of you saying you would like to do that?
It is. I just didn't want to interrupt. I was going to let you finish and then you bring that up.
I mean, it mostly seems like a majority of these buildings were very basic, like trades and whatnot, and then the hall was likely where where like meetings would take place or like resting or whatever. But if you would like to go ahead and make a history check, I will say it'll be a little bit harder to get too many details just because of how far away you are.
Yeah, so probably Dissy.
Yeah.
Alright, I kind of figured. Alright, so it's going to be history. I got a +5 to history.
And it'll actually be a +10 total.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So the first roll I got 17 because I rolled a 7. Second one's going to be a 15 because I rolled a 5. Thank God for that +2.
This sandstone seems old. Like a couple thousand years old. It seems to be like just barely holding itself together nowadays. You wouldn't need to roll an insight check for this. This stone, just from how much you can gauge how old it is, this stuff seems to have been built around, if not just after, the time of Valus' first attempt at conquest.
So it was the first of the civilizations after her downfall before this new rise to power.
I'm not going to say a yes or a no to that.
Okay.
I'm going to say that you can't quite gauge that.
Okay.
You can just kind of guesstimate that it's around the same time that she was around it the first time.
All right.
Because history going back that far is kind of iffy. No one has a perfect idea on like when she first rose to power, when the war against her first happened, or when she was exiled. There's like a 500-year margin of error for any dates on all of that. But this would place it around either the height or the end of her power. Is there anything else?
I don't think there's anything else Rorik would do. He does have an urge just to go ahead and go to it instead of listening. Because as we already discussed, he's in a rush. But there's this battle between I need to do this and I need to be smart about this that causes him to dance around and just be perfectly still.
As Rurik is kind of having this internal struggle, Mutar goes, why is this here? I don't remember this being here before. I mean, when I was around before, I never came to this place. I knew of this place. But I never came here. I never knew what was here. But regardless, there shouldn't be anything here. There was no point in coming here. Why would somebody build here? And then he pauses for a couple of moments before going. Unless we aren't the first people to have this idea. Yes?
The three of us all have dark vision, yeah?
You two have dark vision. Lutara has true sight.
So do we see any creatures or anything?
I think that's far enough to where it's in dim to where if you even attempted to try to look, you would have to roll disadvantage.
Yeah, you're about 50 feet away. Elvish and Dwarvish dark sight stops at 60. So you'd be able to make out pretty much anything past the hall is almost impossible for you to see.
But
Now, if you were a dark elf, you could see further, but you're not.
but there's no motion to see.
Roll me perception.
While she does that, I think Rurik looks over at Lotara and says again, he has plans for this place. Plans probably set far before even you were conceived.
Lutara looks...
Oh my god.
What?
That's 24.
You don't see any motion. But Lutara looks at you and he goes, there's one thing about that doesn't sit right. From what you told me about what he supposedly said to you, he seems indignant that you are trying to impede him. But if things were so set in stone for him, why would you be able to in the first place? That's what I don't understand. Is if everything is so concrete, so perfect in his creation, why is there even the possibility of refusal?
Maybe we're not refusing.
He shrugs slightly and just goes, my only thought is that if this place is as old as it seems to be, we aren't the first people to have the idea of coming here. If this place was made when Veles was in power before, back when I served under her, people may have had the same idea, coming to this island where there was nothing. No reason to come here, no reason to look.
So there's probably is something here. Hiding.
It's possible.
Well, let's go look.
No,
And she's just gonna start... There is nothing over there. I don't see anything over there.
it doesn't mean there's nothing in there. If we go look now, we must go get the rest.
Do keep in mind, you didn't see anything in the small section
Yeah, I
of
know,
the
I know.
area you can see. There's still another 90 feet of area that you can't see.
I know.
If you go in blind, deaf, and dumb, we could all die stupidly.
We need to wait until at least daylight so we can bring the others.
I think I'll stay here, watching. When daylight comes, you bring the rest, the both of you. I think that's what I'd like.
You need sleep.
I do not need sleep now.
Lutara in the background preparing the sleep spell.
Wouldn't be surprised. It's the only way you're going to get Rurik to sleep in this moment. I won't lie to you. I will be honest with you.
You need sleep.
I can push exhaustion. I can.
Exhaustion.
If we are going to be exploring unknown territory where we don't know if there's something in there, that isn't a good idea.
I hate it
That
when people are right.
That is a recipe for fucking up.
Can you trance with your eyes open?
Was that to me?
Well, I think the way Elvish trances work, it is specified that you are at least marginally aware of your surroundings.
If anyone would be best...
You're not like fully present, but you have a dim understanding of what's happening around you.
Anyone would be best. Be me or Lutara.
Lutara sort of nods and he goes, I do think it would be better if I stayed. For one, I can see out here significantly better than either of you can.
Then I propose an idea. I can sleep everywhere. I'm a soldier. I've slept everywhere. I trust you enough that if something happens, you'll wake me, and I can help. Allow me to sleep here while Elizabeth goes back, informs the other of what we find, or what we found. And then let them know that we need to investigate further.
Lutara nods.
I didn't even have to get my armor back on. God damn it. God's damn it.
It doesn't hurt.
Oh, but now I have to go and get comfy again.
You can sleep in your armor.
I mean, yeah, you're wearing leather armor. It's not like it's that impeding.
You'd be surprised.
I've worn a leather gambeson. It's not that impeding.
Yeah. It really depends on how it's made.
This is very comfortable.
Anyway.
And for a spellcaster, your armor would be incredibly light and allow for a lot of freedom of movement for like somatic components of spells and whatnot.
And, well, Elizabeth is going to turn and head back.
Rurik's so quick about sleeping, he's already snoring. He's like, mission's getting done.
Face
Operation Sleep, he's snorting sand. Exactly, that's how it sounds too. Like an air filter clogged up.
What is the sleeping situation back at camp, actually?
It's largely tents and sleeping bags.
But
kind of making a big circle around the fire.
Like our group, what would it be? Would we have like our own tent, or?
Yes, you all have your own small tents. They're made of. They're actually made out of like plant fibers and whatnot, kind of woven together, like vines and shit woven together to create tarps.
So more of like maybe more of a canopy kind of thing.
Almost teepee-like, but instead of like animal skin, it's vines.
Yeah.
But going back to the camp, give me 1 moment.
I don't like that.
So back at camp, Quip and Sinclair, which of you is facing out towards the inland? Which of you is facing towards the water?
I figured Quip would probably be facing out towards the water.
All right.
Okay.
Chris, would you say Rurik would have explained to them the thing about the stars before y'all left?
Actually, I think he was in such a hurry, he probably would had it as quick as he could, but maybe not in the best detail. Just the stars are
The stars are gone. The stars are gone. The stars are gone.
It's like Chicken Little style. The sky is falling.
Amazing. 10 out of 10.
I think he gave a quick summary to his best extent, wanting to hurry up and pursue the mission.
All right. So, at the very least, Sinclair and Quip are aware that something is going on with the stars. And pretty much, if either of you want to spend a few minutes just kind of looking at them, I'll say that you can pretty easily figure it out. I won't need you to roll like perception checks because you already have the basis of knowledge of something is up with the stars.
Yes, but does Quip know the information about the stars representing gods, whether it was Rorik who told him, or he figured that out at some other point in his life?
I think you've probably spent enough time around other races while you were imprisoned by the dwarves to have at least gathered that stars are important in a lot of the major religions of the world.
Okay.
Because, I mean, there's always that idea of, like, you know, the gods are in the stars, the heavens are above. Stars are very often used for, like, augury and things of that nature. I would assume that your tribe's shaman would probably have used the stars for divination of some kind at one point that you probably witnessed while you were searching for a place to stay before eventually finding the cave.
Right.
But oh god, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, I was cracking my back and it hurt.
No worries.
But is there anything in particular either of you would like to do while on watch?
Well, like I said earlier, he was going to try to pray to, Melikouth. I mean, I would say for his tribe's customs, it was, prayers to their gods are actually done more in a dance form than a contemplation form.
Alright. Excuse me.
Lisbeth just comes back to seeing Quip doing a jig on the beach. But,
I mean, you ever heard of a dervish?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, dances being a form of prayer isn't like a novel concept.
yeah.
What exactly would you be wanting? Is there like any particular message you'd be wanting to convey to Melikouth? Or is it just like your kind of generalized, like, keep us safe, help us do this thing sort of thing?
I would say if there is any particular message that he's trying to figure out, it's, he's trying to get some sign on if the souls of his tribe went anywhere.
Alright. Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
This is gonna be low. Although, I could probably use luck on this. Do I really want to use luck on that?
One question I have, what exactly would Melikauth be the god of to your tribe?
So his domain was all of his tribe's gods had some kind of involvement in multiple fields, but I would say Melikauth in particular was the what you would call the liberator. He represented he mostly represented ideas such as revolt
Freedom.
against tyranny. He also represents the downtrodden, the outcasts, the forgotten. He's very popular among goblins and kobolds and orcs for those obvious reasons. He represents the weak and the frail and the hope of being stronger and finding better things. And that in particular is why he's going to Melikauth, because in Quip's eyes, if Melikauth is supposed to represent hope for the downtrodden, in a sense, if he's supposed to represent defense too, because that's what his tribe was. They were builders. They built fortifications. They specialized in defensive fighting. That's their whole thing, is that they were the first line of defense. They're supposed to defend the weak. That's their shtick. So he's kind of going to Melikauth to see, proverbially, was there any hope for anyone in his tribe at that point? Is there any sign of that?
So yeah, go ahead and give me that religion check.
I technically already rolled it. Are you asking me to re-roll, or?
Well, what was the number? Because you didn't say what the number is.
It's 11, and I was trying to figure out if I should lucky dice it or not, but I'm probably not going to, because honestly, I don't think it's worth it. Not for something like this.
You sort of do this for a couple of minutes, and you don't really get a whole lot in response. But as you're doing this dance, and you're thinking about this, thinking about what Melikauth represents and whatnot, and you sort of kind of look around as you're doing this, and you see all this people around you. The Sleeping Grove members, Sinclair on the other side of the camp and whatnot. And it feels for a moment almost like a reflection for you. When you and your tribe escaped the dwarves, you were escaping a place of almost certain defeat, where you were the underdogs in the situation, where the odds were stacked against you, but you pulled out in the end. And you succeeded then. In the end, it did end up changing. As Velus's power expanded outwards and infected your tribe, things went down again. But you do know that in the end, your tribe got release from power from those above. Whether that was because they died on their own or because you helped them escape it with your own blade. One way or another, they did get their own form of freedom.
I think he's going to kind of slow down and stop for a moment and look at the stars and really contemplate what all that means. Because he wants there to be an afterlife for his people. He's not even entirely sure if his people have souls or if there is anything for them after, but all he hopes for is that there's some reason for his existence, his reason to keep going. And he just wants to look at the stars and see if he can maybe deduce which ones belong to which gods. Maybe find the one that belongs to Tezen or Sludon.
Roll me a history check to see if you can remember watching your shaman do prayers of his own, and see if you can find the ones that he seemed to revere with specific importance.
Can I go ahead and use a lucky dice real quick?
Sure.
And what did you say that was? History?
Correct.
Alright, a 17.
As you sort of stare at the stars, you do begin to pick out a few that seem to have been particularly important. You aren't entirely sure which ones are which, but you do see one that you know your tribe and your tribe shaman in particular, or your group's shaman in particular, seem to hold in certain reverence. You're not sure which of the two it is, but you are sure that it is either Gorak or Murak. However, as you look at that one and you begin to try and search around for its counterpart, you realize that the counterpart is one of the ones that has disappeared.
Okay. Okay, so I can't tell if it's Gorak or Murak.
But you
But
know
I
it
can-
is one of the two.
You
And-
fucking just made Gork and Mork.
It took Sam a minute to figure out what all the gods are named after, didn't they? Do you want me to read off the full list of the deities I had?
I think the only one that I haven't quite figured out what it's supposed to be after is Melikoth.
That one is actually that makes sense because that's the only Elder Scrolls one in there. He's based off of Malakath, who is the god of the orcs and represents the exact same domains which I explained to you. In the Elder Scrolls lore, he was the elvish god of war Trinimac who was corrupted by Boethia and became Malakath, the father of orcs. He's primarily worshipped by orcs, ogres, and goblins, and he's a god of smithing, he's a god of war, he's a god of, blood combat, but he also represents the outcast, the downtrodden, the forgotten, and I think one of the coolest things about his afterlife is that his realm of oblivion is a giant land of ash because it's basically a giant forge. His entire plane of oblivion is a giant forge that's covered in ash.
Yeah, no. The rest of the gods are just reskinned Warhammer gods.
Because I'm just a damn creative genius, ain't I?
But yeah, you aren't sure which is the one that has disappeared, but you do know that one of the two has disappeared.
Great. That's fantastic. Was there any other information I was able to divulge, like any of the other stars that he noticed, or was it really just that one?
It was really just those two. Those were the ones that your shaman kind of had a particular leaning towards.
Right. Okay. Well, even that information's still something. I think Quip is gonna kind of like point his sword towards that star and sort of do I almost want to say a snake dance in a sense. I can't think of a better description, but like a sort of loosening serpentine motion while pointing at the star. And he's going to ask that whichever of the two that it gives him the strength and the knowledge to fight his enemies properly and with as much resolve as he possibly can muster. And as he finishes that, he's going to strike the sword into the ground, fall prostrate on his face, and bury his head in the sand and sit there for a second.
What about Sinclair? What is Sinclair doing at this moment?
He's currently just sitting there doing his own thing, and I was gonna cast something, but it was gonna take forever, and plus it's saying I need components for it, so I wasn't going to do it.
Well, what are the components?
10 grams worth of charcoal, incense, herbs that must be consumed by fire in a brass brazier.
Well, remember, I'm completely willing to hand wave material components so long as they don't have a cost to them. If it has a certain like gold piece cost, then you have to have the components. But if it's just like random bullshit that's just mostly thematic, I'm fully willing to hand wave it.
All right. It also has a casting time of 1 hour.
That's fine. The shift is 3.
Okay. I was just gonna do a find familiar and do an owl.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so it can sit up in the trees and look around.
There
Plus,
are no trees.
Shit.
You're in a desert, my guy. There are no trees.
That's valid.
It is sand dunes as far as the eye can see, except for the ocean, of course.
That's true.
You can summon a snake if you'd like. That is an option. You're also a warlock, so you have other options. Like Quaste, Imp, and Sprite.
Quasit.
Or Quasit, Imp, and Pseudo Dragon, not Sprite.
I think a snake would work.
You spend some time preparing this spell, and you feel your arm kind of tingle as the magic of it kind of coalesces for a little bit before eventually fading out as this snake comes out of like your palm before coiling up on the ground in front of you and looking up at you. And as it appears, you do notice that a little bit of the purple around your arm has kind of receded along with it, about the same amount as there is like length of snake.
All right. I will look at it, and with this, I can telepathically communicate with it, and it obeys commands. So I am going to telepathically tell it.
You can also see through its eyes from a range of, I think, 100 feet.
Okay. I'm going to telepathically ask it to just wrap around my right arm and just sit there with me at the fire, and also have a start about looking behind me for left, right? Just
Alright.
keeping an eye out, but also just hanging about.
It you kind of extend your hand towards it, and it sort of circles around your arm a few times before settling around your bicep, just kind of looking around. What kind of snake do you think it is?
Hmm. I think it would be a
I mean, the obvious choice, since you're in the desert, is a sidewinder, but a sidewinder of some kind. But it's up to you.
a blue viper.
A blue
They
viper.
are-
All right.
Yeah, those things are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, most vipers are. Um. Yeah, it coils around your arm and just kind of chills, just looking around, watching everything. Um. I'd say by the time you finish that spell, and Quip finishes his prayers, is about when Lisbeth would wander back.
Okay.
So Lisbeth, you top the last dune before the camp, and you see Sinclair sitting by the fire, just kind of watching, and on the other side of the camp, you see Quip just kind of laying in the sand.
Hey, you too. And I was gonna try and get their attention.
Quip, I guess, is going to pull his head out of the sand and look at her.
Kind of waving him over so she doesn't have to, like, yell and wake everyone up.
He's gonna pick up his sword and start, slowly walking towards her. A bit of a melancholic, a melancholy to his stride.
Sinclair's gonna look up and see Elizabeth waving over, and Sinclair will get up and start walking over as well.
And once you two are over, so there's this, I think, city? It's abandoned, and Rourke says it's really old, and Lutara agreed, I think. They're currently watching over it, but we're all gonna go and check it out in the morning. Silence.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry
Sorry.
about that.
My apologies.
So
Go.
what?
You can go ahead.
We're gonna check out the mysterious sand castle in the morning.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see anything dangerous, and I don't think Lutara did. But apparently it's at least older than Lutara had been in the statue for.
That's a great sign. Ancient ruins on a supposedly abandoned island. That can only end well for every one of us involved.
He's gonna chuckle a bit.
You ever heard of a mummy?
No, I never have. Like a mommy?
No, mummy. Some, human and I think some elf cultures too. They practice this weird thing where after someone dies, they, try to preserve their body, embalm it and wrap it in these tissues. They're trying to preserve its flesh. They would bury it with other loved ones and possessions of this plane. I always thought it was rather funny, and I always heard horror stories about mummies coming to life and attacking you. Probably not that ridiculous, really. I
That
mean,
just sounds wasteful.
wasteful. Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, just burying a body is already wasteful enough, but to preserve it, to try and keep it from decomposing?
Quip is gonna kind of scowl his eyes a little and get a little closer to Elizabeth.
Now I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that one. But you best understand. It doesn't matter if they're a corpse. That corpse housed a soul that mattered to someone. And you should respect that. Just because no one lives in the house anymore doesn't mean you gotta destroy it.
Yeah, but other things eat the bodies. They return to nature.
I ain't a damn roach. My wife wasn't a roach.
Elizabeth is very confused what the fuck she did wrong, because it's very much just like druidic practices when you return to nature kind of thing.
Remember his whole conversation about hating the Fae and cycles? I don't think that would give him the strongest impression of druidic stuff either. He doesn't. He tries to look for preservation where he can. It's all he can do. Plus, I would say even living with the Black Dwarves probably rubbed off a bit of longevity on him. You know, his people were slaves for who knows how long. That's gonna rub off on you. But anyways, you continue.
You clearly have a lot going on. I'm going to give you space and go to sleep. Well, bed.
Right.
Call it sleep. Because all the
You
others at the barracks did.
You don't sleep, you just trance in the void.
And then he's going to
I
back
do
off
admit,
and walk
I
away.
wish I could sleep.
Do you? I mean,
You all always look so peaceful when you're asleep. Like, for a brief time, you don't have to worry about existing.
sometimes, but that's only true until you have a nightmare. And boy, do I have some nightmares. I'm sure Rurik boy over there does as well. And that thing probably also has them occasionally as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
That thing stares at him because he's part of this conversation.
Yeah, Quip is gonna kind of start eyeing him up and down, looking at him from head to toe.
Do you dream, Cinny boy?
Haven't had a dream in ages. It just kind of like a darkness per se. But I do get like random flashbacks randomly, but they're just random things. Honestly. I guess you can call those a dream.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Because with a creature like you, I wouldn't be surprised if your dreams started manifesting into reality. Failing.
And then he's gonna storm off.
Well, that was rude. Like, look at the clear, like,
No. Sure, it might have been rude, but honestly, I'm not mad at him for having that reaction after what just happened. So give him time.
right. Good night.
Good night, Elizabeth.
And she's gonna go sleep. She can't sleep, but she really wants to sleep.
She tries to manifest sleep.
True. I think that's what she does. She specifically, when she can, like this, tries to dull her senses to the point of trying to mimic sleep in her trance.
Just heard a random Discord ping go off.
That was the sound. That was my microphone picking up me unmuting.
Yeah.
Sometime later, Elizabeth, you pull out of your trance, and the sun has finally begun to rise. And about the same time, Lutara reaches down to lightly shake Rurik awake.
Are you giving me the chance to roleplay here?
Yes.
Alright, I just wanted to double check before, because I know sometimes you pause, but that was a very long pause, so I figured that was a chance to roleplay. Rurik sits up. Well, he doesn't sit up. He was laying face down on the dirt. Or sand. He kind of pushes himself up, dusting off his white beard, now yellow colored from the sand, and smacks his lips. Obviously, they're probably really dry out here. And he doesn't think about anything else. He just looks straight at the structures again, and he starts observing them as soon as he wakes up.
In the daylight, it's easier to make out that this place does seem to have at least once been a home to at least a small group of people. It isn't at all enough to call even a town or a village, but it seems fundamental enough to support a small group of people for possibly indefinitely, as far as you can tell. But it is long since abandoned, and that's even easier to make out now in the daylight. And Tara goes, "The others should be awake soon, and if they agreed to it, Elizabeth and the other two should be here soon."
I think Rurik had fallen asleep with his bow out and an arrow next to him, so it was quick to get ready to keep surveilling. So I think in the moment when he says that, he kind of stops laying down and surveilling and gets on his knee and just kind of, not really like notching an arrow, but getting an arrow next to the bow, getting ready to notch one. And they'll be here, I'm sure of it. All of them. We all got a lot to lose still, even in a falling world. Rurik looks up, trying to see the stars, knowing he can't see them, but still trying to see them. And we don't have a lot of time. I hope they're here soon. And again, would go into prayer. He's in a hurry.
What kind of prayer are you trying to do? Are you trying to do anything in particular?
Rurik would go into a prayer asking Merkin, I know that time is dwindling. I fear for Rhea's safety. I know with her Eternum that she'll be safe in your grasp. I need the power to continue this. I need the strength, along with everybody else's. Please, give us your strength. Let us be your blade. And let me know my girl is okay. And that's how he would end his prayer in silence. His eyes tight as they can get.
I won't have you roll religion for this. It's not anything like particular with that. But about now is when Lisbeth would be pulling out of her trance, and a lot of the other people here are starting to wake up or pull out of trances of their own, and are beginning to mill about. So what are those of you back at camp going to be doing now?
I assume there are probably a few who woke up a bit earlier and started making like breakfast or something.
Yeah, they're putting together food and whatnot.
So I'm gonna collect some for myself and some for both Rurik and Lutara. And once the other two have their food, thinking I'm gonna lead them over there so we could all have breakfast together.
High school lunch table.
Literally, that's what it was the fucking 2 sessions ago. No, 3.
So you're pretty
What's
much just
on-
gonna. Were you about to say what's on the menu?
Yeah, what's on the menu?
Oatmeal.
Oatmeal, crab, maybe some dried berries.
He's gonna have to
Them
load
berries
up on
ain't dry. They're good. They're good berries, brother. Trust.
Yeah, there is actually probably a few good berries because there are a couple people there that know some very basic druid spells like good berry.
Good berry. That is a spell. I forgot about that. There's a spell called Good Berry.
I played a
Alright.
druid. A druid was my first character I ever played. That's how I know about Goodberry.
Yeah, so we're meeting up with you two with our food. And food for you. Rurik, the turret, she's gonna like call out as they approach.
Before you guys get up to there,
True.
Lutara is kind of looking out around, trying to see if their true sight spots anything. Kind of glances down at Rurik and goes, I still don't see anything, thankfully.
I haven't seen anything either. Rurik would like to try to remember the night before. He was counting all the different stars, figuring out which gods were dead, or which domains he believed were gone. And he knows that his still remains. One of the god of wars in that area still remains. And I think in that moment, Rurik would think about something. Lutara's god has been dead for quite some time. Was that star also snuffed out?
I'll say you spent enough time looking. Yeah, it is one of the stars that was gone.
Rurik would kind of, without Lutara seeing him, look him like up and down, examining him. Rurik believes there's a chance that when the god and the star dies, when the star is gone, why is the angel still here? And I think he would like to roll insight on that, just for a definite answer.
I'm going to say right now that you already have an answer as to why Lutara is still alive, despite their god being dead. And that is because Valus trapped them.
Okay. So that trap is what helped them survive.
Correct.
Okay.
The statue that they were put into was designed to be almost a battery of sorts. So that on its own cut Lutara off from their god, but at the same time kept their divine energy within themselves. So any other angel, when they get cut off from their god, dies pretty quickly afterwards, because they expend that divine energy but don't get any back. But when they were trapped in there, they weren't getting any more, but they also weren't expending it anymore. And eventually, over time, they sort of adapted.
Does Lutara know that, or is it something that there's like a mutual understanding between both, where it's not something Rourke has to bring up?
Yeah, it's kind of like just the running theory that both of you are kind of running on. I'd say that's probably something Lutara would have mentioned at one point, either right after or right after y'all broke them free, or at some point while at the Grove.
All right. Rurik looks over at Lutara. Last night, I confirmed your star is gone. It's been gone, but I confirmed it one last time. Along with the fact everything else was going away. And with explaining the 3 lines and everything to him the night before, Rurik would like to ask if Lutara has a theory. Rurik has been known to ask other people their theories and combine it with his own. Does Lutara have a theory?
Theory on what specifically?
What the meaning behind the lines, the patterns, if he understands what the pattern is about.
Like the patches of the empty star?
Correct.
Lutara thinks about it for a few minutes. Goes, you said that when you were in that place, that in between or whatever, when we were teleporting, that you saw 3 patches there as well. I do think it is somehow connected to these aspects. 3 of them are dead, but also 3 of them are alive. I suppose if it is something to do with the aspects, we won't know whether it's because 3 of them are alive or 3 of them are dead until a 4th one dies. But I do think it is connected in some way.
With the ways the patterns are laid out. And this is the question you don't have to answer. I understand if you don't answer it. With the way the pattern is laid out, if it is by chance that it is the amount of gods we kill, would Merkin's star land on where the 4th line should be?
No.
Okay. So, with that in Rurik's mind, he feels like he doesn't want to kill another because he doesn't want to do more gods. Though his own main faith is in Merkin, he understands the power of the gods as a firm believer. But also this ideology of I need to know to keep my daughter safe makes him want to experiment with this ideology of if another one of these aspects are slain, if there is a 4th line, then we know what we're doing. We're killing our deities. And so I think he would actually say that to Lutara, his train of thought of just, I don't want to do that, but it might be the only chance we have to take a risk. But it's a risk that's going to cost lives, and it's something Rurik doesn't know if he's able to do.
Lutara takes a while and thinks about it, and thinks because Lutara himself has a pretty good understanding of like all of the different gods. Some of the more newer gods are kind of lost on him, gods that have been birthed since after his entrapment. But he thinks about it. I'm gonna do an insight check for him. He thinks about it, and he saw the blank patches himself. And he thinks about it, and he goes, the stars that disappeared, the gods they represented, They match up. The gods of those stars, they match up to the aspects that are dead. One of those lines, most of those gods were gods of the dead. The other gods of knowledge and memory, and the third gods of life cycles.
It got dark all of a sudden.
He sort of pauses, thinking about it for a moment, and goes, we can question that more later. I think that the others should be here soon.
I agree. You and I need to talk, just you and I, no one else. Put our brains together and try to come upon a theory. Put everything we know. The two of us out of everyone here knows the most about our gods, if not the study of gods. God's sake, I've done that for years. It might be the only chance we have. And Rurik will stop looking at Lutara and look back quickly at the little building archetype area, trying to again see if he sees anything, which I'm sure is around the time the others will show up.
Well, I'd say probably about 20-ish minutes later is when the others will make their way there. So, with that in mind, a little bit later, Elizabeth, Quip, and Sinclair, you all top a dune and see the angel and the dwarf just a little bit away.
Hey, we brought breakfast.
Any apples?
No.
Darn.
These, berries, though.
Rurik will turn around. How many berries are you willing to spare? I'll take few so you all can have the rest.
Quip is gonna take 2 from his bowl and just chuck them towards Rurik.
I'm
Rurik
here, like,
will catch.
holding, like, 3 bowls. Like, I got you your own.
Of berries or porridge? I thought you grabbed bowls of porridge.
Same thing. I mixed them in.
Ugh.
You fucking oatmeal with berries? Fucking delicious.
No, that was a joke. I don't got
I'm
time. I don't got time. He just picks the berries out of the porridge and gives the porridge or the oatmeal bowl to Lutara and just starts shoving as many berries in his mouth as he can.
I'm gonna hold the one I actually made for Lutara out towards him. Like,
Oh, sorry.
why the impatience?
Don't worry about that.
Lutara chuckles and goes, I don't need it. Thank you, though.
Can you eat it?
Technically, yes.
It's just you know the like I don't know how to explain it. He just smacks it on his face and it sloops down on his face. You know what I'm talking about? Like that type of character that's like a rock and he tries to eat and just like.
He just kind of chuckles and takes it. Just kind of occasionally eating one. So, I believe it's time we look at this place. Try and figure out more about it, no?
I guess there is no avoiding it. We gotta dance the dance eventually.
The devil's
And that's where
tango.
we're going to end our session.
No!
We're not quite there yet.
I know.
I promise.
Woo! Woo! Thank God.
Still got a little bit more.
Little bit.
I know.
Ah! It's supposed to be
I
a
know,
lot of
but
it.
the time it was just too perfect just to react because it would be funny.
I suppose Lutara will begin walking down. Lutara seems confident, for sure.
I think Rurik is more nervous, but on his heels. Rurik's impatient, but he is cautious.
Quip is incredibly suspicious, so he's going to kind of just be trailing at the back a little, but keeping a strong grip on both his sword and shield. You know, paying extra attention to everything around him.
Yeah, I think there's nothing here, so I'm in the middle of just chilling.
Chilling as you approach, or
Yeah.
what? What the?
You ever walked while chilling?
No, sorry, I'm getting one of my keys is stuck on my. There's the issue. Oh, that's weird. And Sinclair?
My bad. He's going to follow along, looking around at the walls, and he would also glance over a few times and see his little snake friend looking around as well.
Now you have to name the snake.
You should name the snake.
Archimedes.
I can't think of Archimedes without thinking about Brendan Lee Mulligan.
See, when I think of Archimedes, I think of specifically the medic's bird from Team Fortress 2.
I was thinking the same thing.
I think of the one thing from Fallout New Vegas, the death beam.
Oh
The one
yeah.
that- You activated Archimedes. What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm gonna.
Oh right, the fucking laser beam satellite
Yeah.
platform.
That
Yeah.
you buy the fucking trigger from a kid who thinks it's a toy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna name my little Viper Ghost, since he's familiar.
The Viper named Ghost.
Yes.
All right. You all step down the dune into this, like, it's almost kind of like a valley if the dunes were mountains. And as you step further in, it becomes even more apparent that this place has been around for a long time. The sandstone is crumbling. The dunes have begun to encroach on the place as a whole. Like I said, there are 5 buildings in total. The most evident one being the what seems like a hall of some kind, either a meeting place or like some communal bunker, like barracks or whatever. There's a building that seems like it may have been something akin to like a forge or something like that. There's also a building that seems like it might have been something akin to like a greenhouse or something like that. Pretty much, there is a building that is a little larger than the blacksmith or the pseudo greenhouse. That you can't really quite tell what it is. And then there is one that is the smallest building, that you can pretty safely assume was like a latrine or something like that. So, where would everybody like to go first? Lutara himself is kind of walking mostly in the direction of the hall, but whether y'all want to follow him or go somewhere else is up to you.
I think Rurik's going to the hall with Lotara. He wants to be with Lotara on this one.
Okay, it was hall, latrine, and what else?
Hall, latrine, a building that you can't really tell what it was used for. It's slightly larger than the greenhouse isn't the right word for that building. It's more like a
Kind of like hanging garden.
kinda, yeah.
The hall might have very old aged mead.
And then there's what seems to have been like a blacksmith.
Sorry, what about the blacksmith?
It seems like it was a blacksmith place, pretty much. You can kind of see the shape of what would be like a forge and a like rotted leather bellows.
Why am I hearing like 30 Discord pings?
Wait, is there a fifth building, or are you saying that's what looks like in the Hanging Gardens or in the unknown building?
No, that's a separate building.
Okay.
It's a building separate from that.
Okay. Shoot. I think Quippy Boy wants to go explore them Hanging Gardens.
Alright. We'll follow you first since you're the only one not going into the hall.
I mean, I was thinking about going to the blacksmith once you said it.
Fair enough. Well, we'll still follow Quick first. You step into this building, and there isn't really life in here anymore. You see a couple of hanging fixtures as well as pots and whatnot, with old, dried out soil. There's the crumbling remains of like long dead leaves and whatnot in here. And as you look up, you actually notice there's a... Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Okay, Mai is now in the void.
I did say it suddenly got really fucking dark.
Yeah, but like, what the hell? I didn't even look at your camera until just now.
I'm too lazy to go turn the light on. I was just using natural sunlighting before. There I am. See, there I am. Fuck the police, come straight from the underground.
Sorry about that. Alright. But actually, as you look up, you notice in the roof, the remains of a couple of like little stones, that have like faint inscriptions in them. You aren't exactly sure what they mean, but they're dotted intermittently down the roof. Is there anything in particular you want to try and look at or do in here?
you said those inscriptions. Are they like pictograms or are they characters in a...
They actually look similar to the style of like the runes on the spell scroll that Lisbeth has.
Oh.
If you want,
Okay.
you can roll an Arcana check on them.
It probably ain't gonna do much, but
Or could
We'll
call
see.
me over.
yeah, I only got a 5. It's not gonna do any good.
Yeah, no.
I mean, shoot, could I try to call her
Yeah.
over? Alright, so, yeah, Quip is gonna try to, I don't know, stick his head over one or something, say,
Hey, Lizzie! I got something that might interest you over here.
And she's gonna go, what's up?
Hey, I found some inscriptions in here. They look like the ones on your scroll. Maybe you'll be able to read them?
Sure, and I think she has, like, her most of her stuff except maybe, like, her tent packed up. Because we've been spontaneously teleported before. It's kind of second nature now. So she's gonna pull out the one book and try and, like, decipher it.
Roll me an Arcana check, and I'll say that since you're using the book, you can do it with advantage.
Alright, we gotta turn the lights on. Because I can't see my dice. Suddenly, there was light. Oh my fucking god.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 25. I never fail Arcana checks. What the fuck?
These are, or were, rather, stones that were imbued with a spell to create rainfall within a contained area.
This made water. Made rain.
You can pretty easily assume that it was meant to be kind of like a sprinkler system in a greenhouse or something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty much a timed system to keep the plants and whatnot here watered. Since it doesn't really rain on this island, and so this was kind of their way of making up for that.
How big is this inscription?
It's literally on a stone. The stone's about like maybe 3 or 4 inches
Yeah,
across.
I'm gonna try and activate it, like flow some mana into it.
You attempt to, and it does start to like drip with water, but it doesn't seem to activate fully. You can pretty safely assume that the spell that it was imbued it with has kind of failed over the last who knows how long.
Fucking runes getting worn down and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, this made water for the plants.
Fascinating. I never thought of using magic that way. Usually the dwarves, they would just, I mean, they use it for a cooling system, couldn't have us all overheating and dying at once, but that was about it. Most of the food was sourced from animals around the mountain or whatever weird nutrient paste they came up with.
We could actually probably take this sort of system. If we do set up a grove here, we could probably use this as a way to generate water. He's got unmuted himself while I was still talking to him.
Yeah, yeah, I think Quip is just gonna kind of nod his head and think for a second.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to either copy these inscriptions to the best of our ability or move people over here, but I'm not entirely sure about either or. It looks like these runes don't work anymore. For all we know, it could be something wrong with the nature of the runes itself. Reality itself does not seem to be functioning correctly, and who knows if magic's working the same either.
They seem largely worn down, I think. There were a few rough patches to get through, but we could probably make something very similar.
We could try, but again, I just have my skepticism about the current nature of the world we live in, so to speak.
That is true, though I'm sure given enough time, I could probably figure something out. You, want to come to the blacksmith with me?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I have some experience at a smithy, and I'd love to see what they were working with over here.
Yeah. And we walk on over.
The blacksmith building is significantly smaller than the like pseudo greenhouse y'all were just in. It's a lot more open air. The greenhouse itself had like spots in the roof that were open, assumingly to let like sunlight in and whatnot. That and just kind of over time, the building began to fall apart. But the black house, good lord, the blacksmith house seems to be a lot more designed to be open, with a lot of windows and even an entire section of wall that was open over by where the forge itself was. The forge, much like the rest of the building itself, seems to have been largely made out of sandstone, with a big opening on one end. There is a sort of section that seems to have been made with like a sort of lattice of something that has kind of fallen apart since, but it looks like it was designed to go over the bottom of it, which would allow for
Air to updraft?
yeah, that, and there's like a little dugout section at the
ash.
bottom for ash, charcoal, and whatnot. So you could have the metal over the fire directly without falling into it. Next to it is a sort of an anvil, though it is long since rusted. And honestly, it looks like if you poked it a little too hard, it might just crumble into just carbon and iron dust. There are a couple of... Huh?
Quip wants to take his great club and smash it.
You take out your club and bring it down on this thing, and it just fucking explodes in this giant cloud of rust and iron shavings. That sort of
can't be
fills
good for our lungs.
Yeah, you immediately start breathing in fucking.
I'm sorry, Lizzie. That's
Well,
on me.
I guess nothing here will be that useful, will it?
I was just saying, if it was even usable or repairable. Definitely not, though. That is... Oh, boy. That thing's been around longer than goblins have.
Kind of like waving in front of her face. I doubt any tools will be very useful, which means the reason I wanted to come here is pretty kaput.
I mean, do the druids even use tools?
They don't use metal tools, no.
Right, they have that whole thing about not wanting to use metal.
I was going to look for, like, tools that they might have used to carve those ruins, like rune carving tools or something. But I doubt they'll be any better than a fucking hunk of iron. It has sustained.
I mean, there is a point to be made that I don't know. We could try and find. Well, what would you need to chisel, anyways? Would it need to be metal? Could we not use some other kind of stone?
I mean, I was thinking stone, but I don't know if they'd have any tools. I'm thinking it's a bit of a long shot. We need a way to communicate back at the Grove. And I've been looking at my book, and my parents, like tapping her head, know some sort of message spell that I could maybe carve into it. Like a reusable scroll, almost.
The I will say the one, like, issue with that plan, and this is something that your parents would kind of convey to you, is you could theoretically get a message to them, but would have no way to get one back.
That's why I'd make two.
How would you get it to the other one? How would you get it there?
I mean, I assume Tara, if they teleport us, might have the strength to teleport, like, a small disc.
Maybe. You'd have to ask Utara that. Real quick, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Go pee-pee!
Yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom myself.
Everybody back, we're going to cut over to Lutara, Rurik, and Sinclair.
Wait,
What?
we never established where I was going.
You said you were going into the hall.
That is true.
Did I?
Yes! If you want to go somewhere else, by all means.
It's your chance.
Yeah, we're giving you a chance to go run it back.
Run it back.
Yeah. What?
Do you remember the choices?
I was gonna go to
Technically
the
on top.
blacksmith.
The blacksmith.
Well, you kind of find the same things that Quip and Lisbeth found. The forge, the cloud of what once was an anvil.
Yeah, he arrives right as, like, the fucking cloud is starting to dissipate.
Oh yeah, Chris, you missed it. They found a really badly rusted anvil. So Quip decided to hit it with a great club, and so it exploded in a cloud of carbon and...
That would have been a perfect time to make it a rust monster, Sam. Just saying. Just saying.
The issue with that is rust monsters are massive.
That's fine. It's a baby rust monster that awakens the mother rust monster.
Yeah, there really isn't much else of interest here. I mean, there's what is left of the leather bellows, but that's kind of...
That leather is gone.
Yeah, it rotted. It's mostly just the wooden paddles that made up
Even the wooden paddles would probably be gone if it's done that to iron. It's maybe the, like, tip, the funnel tip.
Yeah.
And some rivets.
That's a shame.
Is there
Hey,
would
you
you like
missed
to go
some
anywhere
good-
else?
You missed good Lisbeth and Quip bonding.
You can go back and listen to it later.
I think Sinclair's gonna go. Is there a building that possibly had mead?
Your best guesses on that would be the hall or the fourth building, not the latrine, but the one that isn't really apparent from the outside.
I would like to go look in there to find a drink.
You walk in there, and this one is the largest building aside from the hall. And it seems like it was a storage building, pretty much where they kept everything like harvested foods, tools, and whatnot. And you do actually find way the hell in the back there is a set of stairs that lead down into a mostly collapsed cellar, where you do actually find a couple of barrels, though most of them have kind of rotted away or been crushed by just the weight of sand that fell as the sandstone supports of the building kind of collapsed.
Okay. He's not gonna go down into the cellar, because the last time he did something like that alone, he almost got fucked up by a ghost.
Right. It was a spectator.
Yeah, still, I'm not doing that again, because I almost got butt fucked by it. So
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised that Leon remembered that, because it kind of slipped my brain until he brought it back up.
You go down there, and instead of finding a spectator, you find a full-fledged beholder.
No, I find a full-fledged ancient dragon is what it is.
Guys, you are all wrong!
And I get absolutely slammed dunked out of the
You're wrong!
out of the cellar and across the world.
We all know that the goblins are the undefeated champion of the D&D Bowl.
True. They have their asses every time.
Tarask has never won once against the goblins.
Is there a reference on this?
Yes. It was a joke in passing that Chris made, like, I think before we even started recording.
It was during the episode where Sinclair gets his ass whooped by the spectator. It was during the manor while we were trying to figure out what was going on. Rurik and I don't remember the father's name of Lisbeth, but it was a joke between the two. Like, it was out of character, but it was a joke about who would bond over which football team, and we were doing D&D themed football teams.
The football teams were the goblins and the Tarasks.
And the Mind Flayers didn't win shit.
Oh.
It's been a recurring joke that comes up once every like 5 sessions.
Once every full moon, baby.
Once
Anyway.
every in-game month.
Anyway, he's going to look around to see if there's any like anything else that he finds of interest, avoiding the cellar at all costs.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Honky tonker. Investigation is right here.
Traditionally, desert alcohol would be like a beer.
Yeah. It's easier to process wheat and whatnot than anything else, especially without sugar.
It'd be some kind of grain.
Yeah.
A 9 plus 1. I know. Shit.
Yeah, you really don't find anything. A lot of stuff that would be like very apparently useful has just kind of degraded over time.
Okay. He's gonna. Go ahead. Sorry.
Nah, I was mostly about to ask if there was anything else you wanted to do.
He's gonna pet Ghost and walk back outside. Come on, you gotta give the snake a little loving. He can't just sit there and not get attention. That'd be mean.
Alright. I suppose now is when we'll cut over to Rurik and Lutara. The two of you walk into the hall, and there is one thing immediately apparent to you. As you were walking towards it, you were able to get like glimpses inside the blacksmith and the like greenhouse-esque building, and they were falling apart. Old, everything was in ruins, and the hall is too. However, the hall is in a significantly better condition. At least the inside of it is. As you step in, the room is dominated by two major things. Down the center of the hall is a long table and chairs, and along the walls on either side is rows and rows of, like cots. There are dishware and mugs and all sorts of things along the tables. The beds seem to be in surprisingly good condition. You notice on the far wall is the remains of a tapestry, marked, dominated by what seems to be a human. On the prow of a ship, they seem to be about middle-aged, with shoulder-length brown hair. They seem to be male, though most of the other details seem to have faded with time. Color is fading. The edges of the tapestry are kind of falling apart and whatnot, and with the edges failing, some of the threads that make up the rest of it are misaligned as they're slowly coming apart, making some details hard to make out, like facial structure, clothing, the shape and design of the ship and whatnot. The best you're able to get is a very vague impression of something. But it is still odd how well kept this area is, at least in comparison to the rest of this little encampment.
I think. How far away is that wall to Rick? Is there any obstacles he would have to move out the way to get to it, hop over, things like that?
I mean, you'd have to walk around the table, but that's about it. The other end of the building is about 80 feet away.
Alright, I think Rourke will cautiously walk over to the wall, looking around for any, like, entrances around the hall that somebody might be standing in, looking around, looking up at the ceiling of the hall for any, like, bird creatures from previous, giant spiders that may have made their home here, giant scorpions, and just being extremely alert, investigating the area for creatures in general or signs of life. I don't know if that would be perception or investigation while walking towards the wall itself.
Because you aren't looking for something very specific, I'm going to say roll perception.
Okay. Just double checking. I think I have a 4 to that. Perception. Where's my perception? Yeah, I got a +4. That is going to be 16. It's 12 plus 4.
As you're looking around, you don't really see any signs of active life at the moment. Though it does seem as though there were signs of life here a lot more recently than the age of these buildings would suggest. Still old, but rather than like 2,000 or 3,000 years old, maybe 1,000 to like 900 years old. But that's only insofar as this place seems significantly more well kept, and whatnot. But roll me insight real quick.
Where's my insight? +4. 17, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 17.
As you look around, this place seems lived in, kind of. You see plates and whatnot, but you don't see food. You see beds, but they're made, not slept in. Everything is maintained, but not used. As though people were living in this place, but they weren't doing anything in this place.
Kind of like the Smiling Men, how weird they were with their mundane things. They were living in things, hiding in closets and stuff like that.
But they weren't really living.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think
It seems similar to that, yes.
I think Rurik with that will. I think now he's actively going back to that moment. All those months now ago, thanks to the smoke. But for him, probably weeks.
No, it's still been months, even by your perception at this point.
Okay. So, back in months ago, recalling exactly the noises he heard, the ritual markings, things like that, he's actively searching for signs of life from the Smiling Men, such as these ritual marks, or one of them just shaking in a box like they did last time. Something that he remembers them doing, trying to actively look for that.
Roll me insight.
Alright.
Or not insight, investigation.
Investigation. I don't have a good one. Wow, that one's jumped all over the place. 17 plus 1.
You look around, and at the beginning it isn't overwhelmingly apparent of a presence like this. The closest thing that you're seeing at first is the fact that this place seems lived in, but not in a traditional sense. However, as you're looking around, as you near the far wall over by where the tapestry is, you do realize that there is one bed that is particularly close to it. And as you're looking around it, you find something under the bed. And as you pull it out, it is a pack. Most of it's falling apart. The straps that would have, the leather straps that would have been on it have long since rotted off, and a majority of the bag itself has rotted away as well. However, you find one thing in particular interest to you inside of the pack. It's a book. Something about it is weird. For one, it's leather bound, yet it isn't rotting like the rest of the bag. The second thing is that on the cover of it, where there was at one point something in language that only barely makes sense to you. It seems like common, but not quite. Think of it like the difference between English and Old English.
Yeah, it's more of an ancient language than what I'm used to.
It is a proto-common, effectively. There was a marking on it in proto-common at one point. However, it has long since been scratched out by something else. A large mark has been driven into the leather of the cover. It doesn't quite seem like the symbol you saw, like on the statue that trapped Lutara, or in the basement of the house all that time ago. But it does seem similar in origin. As you pull it out, Lutara kind of wanders over and looks down at it, and kind of stares at it for a moment and goes, "You can't read that language, can you?"
Can you?
"Yes, I can."
decipher it, and I throw it at him, and I continue walking to the wall.
You step up to the wall, and Lutara pulls out a small like notebook of his own, and begins to like scribble in it, copying down what was in the book you found into Modern Common and the book he has. Is there anything in particular you want to do when you reach the wall?
First of all, is it made of stone?
Yes, it is sandstone like the rest of the building.
Second of all, I'm going to be searching for loose stones that seem more out of place. Not like they fell out of place, but like they're not supposed to be there out of place. And then I'm going to also try to kind of feel against a wall. Try to search for any symbols of gods and what is left of the ruined painting.
Alright. I will say, at a passing glance, there are no stones that don't seem to fit. There's no, like, loose stones that have been replaced. There's no stones that are of a different origin. The whole thing is sandstone, and it is about as solid as several thousand-year-old sandstone will be.
Okay.
However, if you're wanting to look for, like, symbols or whatever, go ahead and roll me an investigation. Investigation.
I don't think a 15 will help much, but I got a 15. I got 14 plus 1.
I will say that you do feel indentations in the stone that don't seem natural, but the stone is so old that it's practically impossible to tell what it was.
I do mean like in the painting itself. Like if these people follow...
In the painting?
Yeah, in the painting itself. Like if... Okay, for example, if they served a god of war, or a like Merkin, if I would be able to figure out which god this young... I believe it was a man? It was a human. This young man may have served. Because that may help me get closer to an idea.
You spend a little time looking at this portrait and whatnot, and kind of inspecting for, like, I'm assuming you're wanting to see if there's like sigils somewhere on the tapestry.
Yeah, anything that can lead me to like a god, a devil, a demon, anything religious in nature that can give me closer to an answer.
Roll me a history check.
Ooh, history is fun. I got a +5 to history. 12 plus 5. 17? 17.
Without even really needing to inspect the tapestry directly, you know that just based off of when this building was made, and the fact that it is specifically a human on the tapestry, humans at this time were young. They were a burgeoning race that had only recently started to show up, evolving out of like elves. And so they didn't really have a god of their own at this point. However, you do know that there is one thing that humans in this age really revered isn't the right word, but valued, and that is exploration. Humans were one of the first races to try and really properly explore the continent. At this point, the elves and the dwarves and whatever other like young races at this point mostly had their own places. The elves had their forests and their plains, and the dwarves had their mountains and their caves. Humans were one of the first races to begin exploring outwards, looking into deserts, the tundras, like like the valleys and whatnot, they were the first races to begin exploring outwards. And it seems, based off of this tapestry, that this group was the first to find this island, to go out this far. They were one of the first seafaring races. And over time, the other races began to kind of slowly follow suit, with dwarves beginning to take up housing in some of the valleys surrounding the mountains that they lived in. Elves began to explore outward, also, taking up residence in some of the valleys, especially after this first war. The elves and the dwarves began to kind of intermingle a little bit and live together, but eventually over time that kind of separated, though some small sects still did, hence why your and Evelyn's relationship was possible, because they started expanding outwards and intersocializing more. So you don't actively see the mark of a god on this tapestry right now, mostly because humans at this time didn't have their own god.
Ancestors, but not by blood. And he'll reach out to the wall and rest his hand on the human wherever he could put his hand on the human, whether it be a leg, a foot, whether he actually is tall enough to put it on his face.
I will say you're not actually tall enough to reach the human.
I kind of figured. Just try my best.
You're able to reach like at the edge of like the boat.
And
the upper edge of the boat, I should clarify, like right below where the human starts.
I think he'll like trace his hand against the wall, rubbing the image, and as he does, I wonder what you beautiful souls found. Why you made home here other than just travel, value, and belief. Something doesn't feel right with this place. And with Rurik saying that, something's here. Rurik has the feeling something's here. The issue being, one, he can't see it. And two, it's not alive, but living here. And let me see. I know I probably...
I will say from your insight check, you know well enough that there isn't anything here currently.
Yeah, but it was something living here.
Yes. Something lived here long enough to keep the place intact, but by no means properly living.
I think Rurik at this point, he would keep looking for any evidence of anything he can find, like a pathway to... I know this is a great hall, so there's not like much paths branching out, because this is like a big dining room, but with the beds.
It's one big fucking building.
Yeah, exactly. So, the sand... Has the sand made its way into the building? I know you said it was well kept.
Yes, there are like small piles of sand that have blown in through like the door or the windows, and holes in the wall from just age.
I can already assume with the sand blowing and everything, if there were tracks, they're already covered up. And if they weren't covered up, they'd be nearby, but I already know they're not here. I think that's all Rurik can really do, minus going back to Lutara and seeing what Lutara has come up with a little bit of the... I almost said decipher, is that right? Yeah, decipher.
I will say, roll me one more investigation check.
I don't like you. Dirty 20? Is that good? 19 plus 1 is a plus 1 on investigation, right? Yeah, okay.
As you step away from the tapestry, and you're kind of idling about, just kind of looking around at everything. There is one thing that sticks out to you. Lutara, when you gave him the book to begin translating, he sat down at the table. He pulled out one of the chairs at the table and sat down in it as he began writing. And frankly, the fact that the chair is stable enough to support the angel's weight is kind of remarkable and shows to how well this place was kept despite not really being used properly. But under the table, through the space that you can see from the now missing chair from the table, there's something under it. The sand that has collected in this building has moved to cover most of the room, and because of that, where there isn't sand sticks out to you. And you notice a square, a line that makes out a square under the table where there is no sand, as though sand has fallen into a crevice in the ground that makes a perfect circle, or a perfect square.
I would like to go... Oh, sorry.
I anticipated you wanting to go look at this more. But as you begin to get closer to it, Lutara looks up at you with a very intense look of concern on his face as he goes, "We should get the others. They're going to need to read this," as he sets down the notebook.
And that's where we're gonna end our session.
I thought he was gonna say it, which is why I haven't said anything, because I want to keep going, but I'm fearful. I'm fearful the moment I open my mouth, Sam's just gonna send it.
Are you going to go and get the others?
Rurik will go out in the front and just rally up! Just a loud scream trying to gather everyone's attention. Like just anything he can to get attention, banging on his shield, making loud noises for everyone in this area to hear. Again, knowing himself that nobody's been inside the hall, I feel like he would understand that there's probably nobody out here in general, but something needs to be read.
Do the rest of you kind of conglomerate to the hall?
Quip arrives.
You're muted.
I hear the yelling and I come around him.
Alright.
So now that I have your attention, you don't have my attention. Money! Now you have my attention. You have my attention at sex. You just need to yell and you have all of our attentions.
So you all kind of converge on the hall and come inside to find Lutara still sitting at this table with this look of concern, holding his notebook. And he kind of looks at it and then looks up at the rest of you and goes, You all need to read this. I think it'll help us understand what's going on.
Sorry, I thought you stopped.
You're good. You can go now. I'm done now.
I think Rurik would snatch the book and begin reading out loud.
Alright, then I'm gonna go ahead and send this to you.
Oh no!
After session, I will post it in the server.
Are you gonna send it in the Rurik chat, or are you gonna send it directly to
I'm
me?
DMing it to you.
Alright, let me pull it up.
If it becomes too much and you want me to read it aloud, that's fine.
Nah, man, I like reading. I just read it in silence.
Well, did he legit just start reading in silence?
No, I just sent it to him.
Alright. The war is raging on the mainland. The violent smog has been rampaging, causing change. Divide and death wherever possible. It feels unstoppable, inevitable. And our people, as young as we are, are already on the verge of destruction. We found this island. We're running, taking to the ocean to hope for a place away from the chaos. And it seems we found it. Or at least, we hope. No, this can't be. This... Rorik walks back and forth a little bit. This place is barren, but we brought enough rations and have enough magic to hopefully make some hideaway. It's been a few weeks. What?
Yeah, context. Every time there's a new set of like quotation marks, it's a new page.
Yeah. Okay, so he flips the page, or actually no, it'll be the second page before he flips. It's been a few weeks. We've gotten to the beginnings of a new home setup. It's not much, but it's the most peace we've had since the war started. He'll look up at Lutara, flipping the page. The mainland is visible from the beach. Smoke of fire rises high in the sky. I worry if the war is lost, who knows what will happen. The Drower are already... The Drower are already has... Okay, I've missed it. The Drower already has so much power. If left unchecked, we can only imagine what she'd be capable of. Hartau is not doing well. He woke up screaming and jabbering today. Woke up the entire hall. He spoke of voices that broke in his dream. His mind something that overwhelmed him. Supposedly, it told him that we are abominations. Creations left unchecked that shouldn't exist. That need to be removed from the Foundation. We've set him somewhere he can collect himself. And he flips the page. The stars. They seem fundamental. Unchanging. But they're changing. Stars appearing and disappearing where they weren't before. This place, it's safe. We know that much, but the world, I can't say the same of it. I hope they win. He begins to flip through a page. And he flips again. And he flips again. Until he flipped through several empty pages. And then he clears his throat. Why do they want to do it here? What's the point of doing it here? We set up the place to be a home, and yet they want to intrude on it. I know it has to go somewhere, but why here? And he begins to flip again. These pages, they just... Oh, here it is. He flipped through several more pages. It's too much. It's not just Haruto anymore. Half of us heard the voice. Felt the presence. I have felt the presence. It's overwhelming. It's pushing. It's clawing at my mind. Trying to pull it apart and rewrite it in a new way. It's too much. I feel I've been here so long. I feel like I've lived hundreds of years. Maybe 1,000. I don't know. We don't eat. We don't sleep. Nothing is the presence. I'm sure everything hurts. And he flips the page. This is, this isn't the original book, right? This is,
Correct. This is the translation. Lutara, the last bit is what Lutara could make out.
All right. When Rurik sees how it all looks, he'll walk over to the actual book and flip it over to what should be the same page, and revealing that the page is damaged and ink muddled together. Her voice is loud, and plus, we need to get out of here, is what I think it says. We get her out. I can't really translate. I think Rurik looks up at everyone in the room. We weren't the first here. We weren't the first for Sanctuary. It's a repeat.
Wasn't even the first time the smoke happened.
Well, you already knew that this wasn't the first time something like this happened.
Yeah.
Valus did something similar to this, but on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
I think Rurik closes the book, slams it on the table, walks outside, and tries to see in the sky if he can see the purple smoke.
There's still the faint haze over everything. It's not as thick as on the mainland continent, but it's there. It isn't gone. The only place you've seen where it didn't exist at all is the Grove.
While I think of exactly what I want to say, I think pass it on to Lisbeth, because she is second. She might want something to do in this moment.
Utar, what do you make of this?
Lutara kind of sighs and goes, Rurik isn't wrong. Whoever these people were, they came here for pretty much the same reason we did. They were trying to escape from Valus and this author. They came here, they set something up, but something went wrong. I'm not sure what. And he kind of starts reading through everything again, trying to find his own way to make sense of it. I just put the whole thing in the notes channel for y'all to read on your own. Does Sinclair Quick have anything to say?
So I mean, none of this is really new information, is it?
Well, we have confirmed this place isn't safe, but also is.
Or at least wasn't at one point.
Yeah. Doesn't seem as safe as the Grove it was.
Okay. I think Quip, upon hearing this and processing it, is going to just leave the room.
So you're gonna follow Rurik?
Yeah, right, yeah, because he left the hall too. Yeah, he's gonna just leave the hall.
What about Sinclair?
He will say, well, I know it's a little bit early and we just discovered this, but if we can't figure something out, Lutar, what do you think we should do next?
Lutara kind of just keeps reading, just kind of trying to go over it in their head. And they go, I don't know. I'm assuming that this voice, this presence they heard is the author. It sounds similar to what you all experienced, at least.
Or Valus.
from what you all have told me, Valus doesn't really encroach upon your minds, aside from when Rurik was nearly dead. But he pauses again, just kind of reading over everything. And I'd say this, Chris, do you think this is about when Rurik might come back in?
Walking past Quip after getting a visual of the sky, because that's what his main goal was to see if the smoke was actively coming in out of worry. He would probably march past Quip, which if Quip would take this as a notion of, wait, what the fuck is he doing, and follow him back, he can. If he just wants to leave the room and stay out, that's fine as well.
Yeah, he's staying out of the room.
I think Rurik would first walk over to Lutara at the table, gesture for him to move and get the books off, and then look at Sinclair and nod him over to him and grab the table, and want Sinclair to help grab the other side of the table so they can flip the table where the square is.
All right. I'm gonna.
Do we roll anything for this, or are we just he's gonna come over and flip it?
I'll let y'all just pick it up yourselves. Between the two of you, y'all are by far the strongest characters in the party physically, aside from Lutara themselves, technically. The two of you lift up this piece of stone and move it aside, and you are met with a hole. It is almost pitch black in there. Lutara kind of looks down and then kind of like reaches over, picks up a mug from the table and drops it down. And it only takes maybe 2 seconds before you hear it hit the ground. The hole isn't very deep.
I think in this moment, Rurik would look at Lutara. 4 of us heard the voice. Yet we're not drawn mad instead of being told what the book says we're being told. We're told that we're not his creation, and that we're a thorn in his side. He has plans for this place. Those plans clearly didn't include us. It included all of you.
Hold on. Are you trying to imply that in the book the author said that they are part of the creation?
No. Just how do I word this? I'm implying that I believe that because in the book it mentioned that they are not part of the creation.
Correct.
They were the last ones to kind of, not the last ones, but they were a thorn inside of more than likely the side of the author as well, if not the plans of Valus. Assuming that it's similar to the way the 4 of us are. They are hearing the voices because they were probably thorns in the side. The rest did not until I think the very end of the book where it mentioned that it tried to mention that probably everyone died, but it was too unable to be deciphered due to it being inked out and whatnot. That's what Rurik would infer from all that. This is straight up just a repeat, but instead of half the people, it's just the 4. What Rurik's trying to get at now is there are more people alone at that camp. Nobody's there. Who else has heard the voice? And are they tearing each other apart as we speak?
Lutara holds up a hand and goes, I think I understand. And for the first time since you all first released Lutara from the statue, Lutara seems scared of something. But at the same time, they seem to take a moment to resolve themselves. And they go, I need to see something. And without any other words, Lutara jumps in the hole.
Damn, he stole away my thunder.
I was gonna do something if nothing was gonna. I was gonna do something before we all entered the hole.
As Lutara jumps in the hole, Lutara kind of naturally shines a little bit, shedding very dim light around himself. So you see him drop down the hole. He drops about 8 or 9 feet. Takes a moment to collect his bearings, and then starts walking, disappearing down a path further into the hole.
I'm jumping in the hole.
I'm also gonna go follow, but even though there could be, everyone could have like light sources.
Rurik, hold on. I was going. Hold on before you continue, Leon. I do have two circulates. I've held on to them this whole time.
Cast light on both of them.
I'm going to cast light on one of them and attach it to the front of Sinclair like a headlight, which was my goal before he decided he wanted to try to jump in the hole. So before he does that, I would like to mention that's what I was going to do. So I do that to Sinclair, so Sinclair has a source of light.
And then after that, do you all follow
No,
Lutara?
because I'm going to go get Quick.
Are you gonna go get him to go, or are
I'm
you just
gonna
gonna
go. I'm gonna go talk to him and try to ask him to follow with.
All right. You can go and do that.
All right. Rurik walks over to be gone, thought. But Rurik walks over to Quip. Hey.
Yeah.
We found a hole in the ground. Leads to somewhere. Might be worth a look.
Or it could just be our deaths.
Look, I get it. I really do. Gods are dying, and so are our loved ones. We're going to die, Quip. You and I both, and I think we both know it. We're all going to die, and this is all pointless. Would you rather stand there, wondering if it's death? Would you like to go find out?
I'm not sure I want to keep being educated, for the record.
Well, stop needing to be educated.
What do you mean by that, Beardface?
You know exactly what I mean, Quip. You're one of the best of us. Yet, you're always the one to second guess every single thing. You don't want to take chances, which I get. But we're running out of options. I have to keep educating you because every time there's something, you have something negative to say when the world's already negative enough, which I get it. But you're going to die, Quip. We all are going to die. How would you like to die?
I don't get the privilege of choosing that.
That's what you think. Why? Because you're a goblin? That's what you keep saying. The first time you saw me, you judged me because I was a dwarf. Because my kind enslaved yours. I'm not those dwarfs. You're not just a goblin. You are Quip. A soldier that has saved my life and I have saved theirs. Whether you like it or not, you're my brother in arm. Everyone here is. Stop thinking of yourself lesser and get in that fucking hole.
Quip is going to stare at the sand for a moment, and he's going to kind of kneel on the ground and just stare intensely and ask Rurik a question.
Do you see any inch of air that doesn't have a purple haze over it? Is that in the air, or is that in our minds, you think?
I believe that it's both. I don't actually believe that everything we're seeing is true. I mean, we've already seen it enough. This creator. You heard his voice too, no?
I did, unfortunately.
Maybe the smoke's not real. Maybe it's all been an illusion. Maybe we are all pawns in his game. But maybe it is real. Maybe we're breathing it in. Maybe we're dying slowly. But so are our gods. Our afterlives, which I know exists. Because I've been to Eternium. Your gods. Do you have any?
Sorry, did he say if or do?
Do you have any?
Quip is going to kind of like look over his shoulder back at him.
I guess you could say I do. Yeah, the 3 tribes had their own sets of beliefs, but we did. Last night I went stargazing and I confirmed one of them is dead. I don't know which one, but one of them is. Other didn't answer my prayer. And the other, well, I'm not sure if he's gonna answer that just yet.
They may have not answered your prayer because they are fighting a battle. Murkin is fighting a battle right now against Valus and her armies, which has been snuffing out these stars. They're coming for all the gods, including yours. I don't have a lot of hope anymore. But I have faith in my people. And sadly, whether you like it or not, you're one of my people. I have faith in you and your gods, though I may not know who they are. I know they don't want any of this. And I have faith in you. Your family was a believer, no?
He's gonna pause for a moment, look back at the sand.
I think they did. I don't know what any of us believed by the end. I don't know exactly what I believe anymore sometimes.
I feel that. I really do. I wish I could explain to you how well I understand. But neither of us have the courtesy. But I can tell you this. There are gods out there where your family might be living peacefully in an afterlife like mine. I have faith in that alone. And if we don't do something, they won't just die here on this world due to Valus and this author and these archetypes. They'll also die in spirit too, if we don't save them. You're a family man and I know that. You've told me so. I've seen it so. And I still mourn for you. But you're a father, a husband. And you still got a job to do. Protecting your family. No?
What family do I have left to protect? I don't even know if we have souls.
He kind of falls over, both hands pressing the sand now.
I don't even know if my people have souls. I don't know that anymore. You know what a funny concept that is? Being unsure if your consciousness has anywhere to go outside of your body? That's what I yelled at Lisbeth about. She doesn't understand burying bodies. And I said that bodies house souls. But now I'm realizing the reason my people, we care so much about maintaining corpses is because we really don't know if we have them. We don't know if our gods have an afterlife for us because they sure as hell haven't promised it. They can show us some visions of the future and they can let us cast a few magical instruments from our hands and he'll kind of, spurt fire and electricity and frost a little, just different elements out of his fingertips. They can do all sorts of magical things, but the one thing they cannot promise us is if we have a soul. And then he looks at Rurik. But I know you have one. I know you and all your people have souls. I've seen it time and time again. You have souls. It's why you're used as sacrifices. It's why death meant so much to dwarves. We were never used as sacrifices, because what the hell are they gonna offer to their gods? Flesh? What care do gods have for flesh? And then he looks back at the sand. What care do gods have for flesh? And then he's gonna kind of like just stand up and he's gonna kind of like stand up and I guess for lack of a better term, he's going to kick the sand. He doesn't really know what else to do. He just kicks the sand.
I think Rurik would put his right hand on Quip's left shoulder and gesture to the sky. Would you like me to ask?
Quip is gonna pause and look at the sky for a second, and then look at Rurik. Sure, maybe yours will talk to you.
Markin, give me courage and give me strength. Allow me to be your blade. Allow me on your path, Markin. I ask you dearly of a question. I know you have no time to spare, but I ask of you to spare just one answer. Is Quip's family okay in the godly afterlife? And if so, do they have souls?
Roll me a religion check.
Awesome. 18 plus 5.
Ooh. As you say this, and you look up to the sky, towards where you know the Star of Merkin is, you feel something shift in you for a moment. At first it doesn't make sense, but as you look around, as you feel this change for a moment, and you look at Quip, something is different. As you look at him, you see him, but at the same time you see through him. And at his core, past his armor, past his chest, past his ribs, you see a glow, a faint, harsh flicker of something other. It isn't Phalus, it isn't anything like that, but it is well and truly part of Quip.
Do you promise to listen to the words I say carefully, Quip?
Absolutely.
Rurik will get on to both his knees, and he'll begin to draw in the sand the symbol of Merkin. And as he does, he keeps muttering a prayer to himself. As he puts both his hands on the ground and puts his hands straight up in the air and takes in a deep breath and sighs of relief and stands back up. I am proud to tell you that goblins do have souls.
But Quip starts tearing up a little. And he looks back up at the stars. And he closes his eyes and he ponders for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I feel it now. It's there. It's really there. We do have souls.
And then he opens his eyes and he decides to give one final prayer.
Tezen, Nulgre, Kehen, Slutan. Which of the two of you still exist? I presume Murak. And Melikauth? I have a soul. I have a soul. And if I have a soul, then that means I have a chance.
And he draws his sword and he points up and he says,
I want all 6 of you to listen and hear me very carefully. If it is my destiny to at least try, then when I drop this sword, it will not strike my foot.
And he puts his foot right beneath the sword where it should absolutely land.
But if there is no hope for me, if this one does not have a soul, then it will pierce.
And he lets go of the sword.
Can I do something funny? I know this isn't going to work. But for flavor, I have a cantrip known as Word of Radiance.
Okay.
What it does is you utter a divine word and a burning radiance erupts from you. Each creature of your choice that you can see within a range must succeed a Constitution saving throw. I know it doesn't work on objects, but it's a burst of radiant power. Is there a way that I can guarantee this sword doesn't land on his foot? Because if it lands on his foot, he's telling himself there is no sword.
Pick the sword.
Here's what I'll say. I was going to make Quick roll religion, but if you want to do that, I will allow 2 things. I won't allow you to knock the sword out of the way with it. However, as a conduit of pure radiant divine energy, it will allow for the god's attention to be pulled. And I will allow it to do 2 things. I will allow Quip to use your religion proficiency and roll it with advantage.
We're doing that.
I raise my left hand in the sky, raising it straight to where I believe the Star of Merkin to be, and my other hand I aim straight at Quip as I say one word, and that word is soul. As suddenly this burst of orange channels through me. The gods know we're here.
You just gave Quip a guaranteed success.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, he could roll 2 nat ones. +5,
Wait,
+5. My
plus
religion's
5?
+5.
And you said advantage?
Yep.
Okay. It's, okay. 22.
As this happens, a very, very sudden burst of wind whips between the 2 of you, sending sand flying and diverting the point of the blade just enough to stick into the sand, an inch to the right of Quip's foot.
Quip looks down. He sees that there's not a single mark of the blade on him. The leather has not been pierced, the iron has not been scratched, and there was no feeling of bounce. Sudden wind blocked that blade, and he, for the first time in a long time, has felt the presence of something divine beyond him. He puts his foot down, and he grabs his blade, and he pulls it out, and he turns to Rurik.
Alright. Okay. I have a soul. That's enough for me.
And he starts banging his shield while screaming at the top of his lungs.
Skyrim skeletons, PNG.
Ah!
You know, I haven't had the chance to talk to you. Rurik will start talking as they walk towards the hall. When we first met, you called me out for being a dwarf which enslaved your kind. I don't think you knew this, but I don't think I actually told you. As much as goblins raided my village I lived at, and I did fight goblins that tried to pillage, I always loved goblins. I grew up around them. The Mountain King allowed for goblins to live free in our home. And a lot of goblins, due to that, lived happy lives. I wish you were one of those goblins, Quip. But in truth, if you were, you would be a different man than who you are today. And I'm happy for the Quip I got to meet.
As Quip approaches the hole, he's gonna kind of like, he'll get right to the edge of it and turn around and look Rurik in the eyes. And he'll point his sword at him.
Hey, when it's all said and done, wherever the hell we end up, how about I buy your Mountain King a beer?
And then he's gonna walk backwards and fall into the hole.
I fucking love goblins! And he jumps down.
Alright.
I love how none of us took the rational thing of, like, sit on the edge and go. We all just plunged.
What's more rational than ping-ponging your way all the way the fuck down?
It's only like 8 feet, too, which is what makes it funny.
Yeah.
By this point, I'd say that Elizabeth and Sinclair have probably caught up to Lutara for the most part, and you guys aren't super far behind. And so I'll explain this, and you all kind of just get to this point at the same time. Eventually, as you all travel through this hole, it's long, and surprisingly, there's very little damage to the sandstone down here. It is a long, straight path that is just dark aside from the dim light of Lutara and the light shining from the circlet that...
So I think Elizabeth has a small flame.
Yeah, probably.
Other than our menial sources of light.
Yeah. But eventually, the cave opens up into a cavern that is almost bowl-shaped. And in the center stands the pedestal of a statue. One that is broken. Most of the statue itself is crumbled in bits on the floor. Along the floor of this cavern are scratches, marks that don't seem to have been made by unnatural creatures, but by human hands. At the base of the pedestal are a number of runes, symbols, all scratched into it, though seemingly more by a chisel than by hands. Lutara looks down at the book in their hands and looks up at the pedestal and turns around to face all of you as you all follow in behind him.
Oh.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Thought just struck me.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if Quip would have the same thought. I think he has the same thought. Can Quip say something aloud real quick? Is that okay? Or...
Sure.
Hold on. We found you in a statue, and when we killed Fayling's mother, she turned into one. Is this just... Is this... No.
I think this is Vela's.
Lutara nods and goes, the notebook, it mentioned wanting it to do it here. I think that was from after they beat Valus. This is where she was exiled for all that time. And it drove all those people mad until they freed her. And that is where we will end our session.
Beautiful. I'm so happy! I'm so happy!